Okay, it says I'm connected. Yes, I'll mute it.
Okay, how about, all right, now, so let's do the audio. How do I sound? Co- Sound clear, all right. I'm gonna try from the other computer I have. Hello, can you hear me? I'm talking into this thing. I'm gonna come over to see if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay, so now that HDMI cable that goes into that box, take that HDMI cable out. The laptop will flicker, that's fine.
Okay, I did that.
Now, am I coming through clear?
Yeah, it still sounds good.
Still sounds good. Okay, I'm gonna try the other room now.
Okay.
Testing, how's this?
That sounds good too.
so I was coming. Which side of the HDMI cable did you unplug? From the laptop or from the box? Okay. Okay. Okay, if we're gonna do that, I need to make sure we're good to go real quick. How is this still normal? Okay. Yeah, I guess go live now. I'm gonna talk. Okay. And then, how do we do feedback? You just gonna talk to me through the laptop? Yeah, I guess so. Okay.
Testing, testing. Checking voice sounds. Testing.
Yeah, it sounds good. Say, just say like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or say testing again or something.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, testing.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Hi there, it's Kathy. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Great, thanks.
Zoom on here anymore? You don't even have Zoom in here anymore. What
Well, it's.
the? No, it doesn't count.
Oh my God.
Why did Zoom disappear? That's so
no.
strange. It's not like it's the first time you use this thing.
Brendan's coming, right? Gus, Brendan's coming, right?
As far as I know, yeah.
We're starting at 6. That's wrong.
No, 6:30.
Today is 6:30?
6:30, yeah.
This is
And
advertised
that's
as
7,
6.
they cancel it here. Here's the regular schedule. First case is 6:30.
Oh. I didn't.
Oh, I was under the
I thought
impression
this was 6.
No, no, it's, it was supposed to be, it's on here at 7, right?
No, it
No,
says
6,
6.
but they,
Did they? Maria didn't tell me anything.
Yeah,
you're right, it is 6 o'clock. I'm sorry, I'm mistaken.
It's 2 to 6.
It was 6, and then we went to wait for a while until we started 6:30,
Yeah.
okay?
so you're in.
No, I think Maria sent out an email today saying we're gonna start at 6:30. She made a mistake. Maybe Brendan's relying on that.
Oh gosh. Should I call her? Oh, because they didn't change their time on the posting board.
Wouldn't what?
It's because so we're gonna hear them at 7 because they didn't change the time on their posting board.
That's right. That's right now. We're gonna restart the hearing at 6:30, and then sometime after 7.
Oh, okay. So we have time.
Eric, did you hear? It's 6:30. We're starting.
CCO's out there dancing in the streets.
Something's going on. Let's see if I can find one. Let's see. Andrea, can you hear us? Can you unmute?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Great, thank you.
All right. Isn't it always like that? No. Well, he has a screen, it's just,
I mean, I can't, I'm not plugged in.
yeah. Yeah. Hi, Wally. Hi, Wally. All right. All right, we're off to a bumpy start. Yes. Yeah.
Welcome to the June 24, 2021 meeting of the Cambridge Board of Zoning Appeals. My name is Constantine Alexander, and I am the chair. This meeting is being held remotely due to statewide emergency orders limiting the size of public gatherings in response to COVID-19 and in accordance with Governor Charles D. Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020, temporarily amending certain requirements of the open meeting law, as well as the City of Cambridge temporary emergency restrictions on city public meetings, city events, and city permitted events due to COVID-19 dated May 27, 2020. This meeting is being video and audio recorded and is broadcast on cable television channel 22 within Cambridge. There will also be a transcript of the proceedings in due course. All board members, applicants, and members of the public who will state their name before speaking. All votes will be taken by roll call. Members of the public will be kept on mute until it is time for public comment. I will give instructions for public comment at that time, and you can also find instructions on the city's webpage for remote BZA meetings. Generally, you will have up to 3 minutes to speak, but that might change depending upon the number of speakers and other circumstances. It won't be longer than 3 minutes as far as if I have anything to say about it, but it could be less. I'll start by asking the staff to take board member attendance and verify that all members are audible. Cynthia?
Andrea Hickey,
Present.
Jason Marshall,
Jason Marshall, I'm here.
Wendy Lieserson, Wendy is not here. Okay, Brendan Sullivan.
Brendan Sullivan, present.
And Gus, we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now? This is Wendy Leiserson.
Hi, Wendy, yes. Thanks.
Okay.
Welcome aboard, Wendy. Here's your first meeting.
Yes.
I hope not the last, after you attend one of our meetings. Okay, everybody's present, and all members are audible. The first case I'm going to call for tonight is case number 118324, 1353 Cambridge Street. Anyone here wish to be heard on this matter?
You're here. Andrew Plum.
We should be having Adam Glass.
Sorry, I'm here. I thought you spoke, we're at 145 Willow Street. Is that the one we're talking about?
No, we're talking
Oh, I'm
about
sorry.
1353 Cambridge Street.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, that's not me. I'm gonna mute.
Sorry.
We would be hearing Willow Street if you had followed our instructions and put the correct time for the meeting. You left the old
Yes, ma'am.
time, which is 7 o'clock, so we're not going to hear your case until sometime after 7.
My apologies.
All right.
We have
Okay.
Mr. Glassman?
Okay,
There's Andrew.
Yes. Good evening, good evening. Okay, I am here and I believe owners, Gil, Aaron and his wife Caroline, they should be in here somewhere. I don't see them. I'm here representing them, seeking zoning relief per non-conforming rear setback and exceeding our allowable GFA. Cynthia, will you be putting up the plans or?
Yes.
existing street views. Upper left is the front view, and their property is the end unit on the far right. To the upper right-hand photo, you can see is a headshot of their straight-on shot of their 2.5-story unit. The Lily Pad, as you know, is a local music business that they own and operate. And they also live above the Lily Pad with their 2 children, and they're in need of additional living space. In lower left-hand corner, that is the photo where you see the cinder block 1-story bump out. That's their unit. All of this is entirely not visible from the street, and we'll be proposing to put a 2-story addition on top. And bouncing back to the front view, we're proposing a matching gable dormer, a gable dormer to match the dormers that march down the rest of the block over the Druid and the insurance company. I guess this is a good time to say that this is a historic building, and we have support from the Mid-Cambridge Historical Commission. Next slide. Simple site plan. If you look towards the top of the site plan, you'll see a setback envelope. We have a required 20-foot setback, and the existing building is non-conforming. There's really nothing we can do to this building without seeking zoning relief. Next slide. Existing plans, you can see the retail space on the far left, the first floor plan. That's where they operate the local music venue, and where they also provide music lessons to local students. Up on the second floor is the first floor of their unit. Not a large living space, and above they've got 2 bedrooms and a small bathroom. They've got a growing family. They are growing out of the space available to them. Next slide. The elevation on the left, the existing elevation, shows a silhouette of the proposed gable dormer in the front. The rear elevation is the silhouette of a proposed 2-story addition on the rear. And the one side, the one exposed exterior wall on the right, no real work here other than changing out some windows. Next slide. This page shows our GFA and FAR calculations, which in a mixed-use business is somewhat complicated. But the short of it is our FAR for both the residential and the business use are conforming, but we exceed the allowable GFA by approximately 560 feet, and the total addition that we're adding is 780 square feet. So there's not much we can add without triggering relief for the GFA. Next slide. The new plans here, no work to the first floor. And on the second floor, we have a family room addition. And on the third floor above, adding bedroom space, deck space in the rear on both levels to provide some usable outdoor space. Currently, they have no yard, no connection to the outdoors from their house, and with 2 kids. Some is definitely needed. Next slide. The elevations on the left, at the top is the existing front elevation with the 2 adjacent properties on the left. And on the lower left, you can see our proposed gable dormer to match the 2 that are existing. And on the right side at the top, there's an existing photo of the 2 gables that are there now. And down below, we've rendered in the proposed gable to match, maintaining the rhythm and the character in the historic integrity of the architecture.
Mr. Klassman, the new dormer that you're adding, I take it complies with the dormer guidelines?
It does.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. Just a blow up of the dormer. This is part of our Historic Commission presentation, and this was judged as appropriate. Next slide. Elevations of the rear. On the left, the existing condition. On the right, the two-story addition with a gable roof and conforming dormers on either side, which are set back from the faces of the exterior walls and set down from the roof ridge, according to the dormer guidelines. Next slide. A side view, misleading in that this is a view, the proposed left side, you really can't see from any public way. You'd have to be behind the building. But if you were, this is the right side elevation. Decks that impact no abutters, dormers that impact no abutters. No one will be suffering loss privacy or increased shadows. Next slide. More elevations, again, on the right side, matches the right side of the page, the right side elevation, matches the other side. Again, you can't really see it from anywhere. Next slide. And I would just add, if you go back, Cynthia, because we are utilizing the existing CMU bump out, we're not increasing the footprint of the house. We're not decreasing any usable space on the lot, although there is none, but we're not decreasing any landscaping with this addition. Next slide. Additional rendered versions of the gable dormer. Next slide. Next slide. Rendered views of the existing and the proposed addition. Next slide. Another view. Next slide. Another view. Next slide. Aerial view, maintaining the scale and character of the neighborhood, the scale and character of the building. Next slide. Another aerial view. I think everyone gets the picture. We can go to the next slide. And just another site plan showing proposed work and how we are non-conforming due to the rear 20-foot setback. And that concludes our presentation. Open to any questions.
Mr. Glassman, have you or your clients spoken with the abutters on either side since you're all?
We have an extensive stack of support letters that I hope you have. We got a final one in today. Not from Tim Toomey. I'm not sure if you read it, but he's got unanimous support from his abutters and beyond.
Okay, they're not in our files. That's the reason I asked. There's only 1 or 2 letters in our files.
Oh, well, we've been uploading them and we've been forwarding them. We have support letters from the East Cambridge Business Association, the Historic Commission, Tim Toomey, other co-owners of the same block. I'm not sure why you don't have them.
Some may have come in today.
And I can also say we have no opposition.
Mr. Sullivan pointed out to me that I reviewed the files on Wednesday, and there weren't very few, but he says more have come in since then. So that's the answer, I think.
Okay.
Late, but not too late. Okay. I have no any questions. I'll ask other members of the board if they do. Brendan?
Brendan Sullivan, no questions.
Andrea?
I have no questions, thank you.
Jason?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Jason Marshall. Mr. Glassman, thanks for the presentation. I thought the visuals were really well done and it was very helpful. I have just one question. It sounds like from your description that any owner of this parcel would suffer the hardship that you've described, not just the current owners. Is that description correct?
Correct. Any family situation would need extra space up here.
Okay.
And I just want to point out that back in the day when these buildings were built, I think it was more common for business owners to live above their storefronts, which is very uncommon now. And this is a great old tradition that they're maintaining. It'd be great to let them maintain it.
That's a great point. Thank you. I have nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Wendy, do you have any questions you wish to ask?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will now close I'm sorry, open the matter up to public testimony. Any member of the public who wishes to speak should now click the icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen that says Raise Hand. If you are calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9 and unmute or mute by pressing *6. We'll take a few moments to see if anyone is calling in. Nope. I'm advised that there are no one wishes to speak, so I will close public testimony. As mentioned, there are letters. I saw only a few letters of support, but I gather there are many more that are now in our files. So, I'm ready for a motion, unless members of the board wish to speak. Hearing nothing, I will make a motion. The chair moves that we make the following findings with regard to the variances being sought. Excuse me. Literal enforcement of the ordinance would involve a substantial hardship. Such hardship being that, and it's a hardship that runs with the property, not just to the current owners, in that the building is an older building, constructed at a time when it was common for business owners to have the business on the street level and to live above the store. And so that is the physical configuration we have before us tonight. That the hardship is owing to the fact that this is already a non-conforming structure, zoning-wise, and therefore any modifications to it would require zoning relief, and that desirable relief may be granted without substantial detriment to the public good or nullifying or substantially derogating from the intent or purpose of this ordinance. And in that regard, the chair would note that there are unanimous neighborhood support, that it will foster and allow to continue a needed business in this area, and without any detriment that I can see, and I don't think other board members can see, to the public good. So based on all of these findings, the chair moves that we grant the variance, excuse me, the variance that's requested on the condition that the work proceed in accordance with plans prepared by GCD Architects, dated April 15, 2021, the first page of which has been initialed by the chair. Brendan, how do you vote?
Sullivan, yes to granting the variance.
Andrea?
Yes, in favor.
Jason?
Jason Marshall, yes, in favor of the variance.
Then Wendy?
Wendy Elias saying yes in favor.
And the chair votes yes in favor as well. It's unanimous. Variance granted. Good luck.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. No, we're not ready for the continued case yet. I'll take 1375. Oh. 25 Brewster Street, yep. The chair will now call case number 118270, 25 Brewster Street. Anyone here wishes to be heard on this matter? Anyone there?
Yes, hello, I'm Libby Halstead, one of the homeowners. Our architect, Jessica Snare, I know is trying to get on the line, so just if you could bear with us just a moment.
Okay, take your time.
Thank you. We've got two homeowners here and looking for our presenter, just a second.
Let us know when you're ready.
We appreciate your patience, thank you.
Halstead, mobile. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I don't see my name up there. I'm the architect, Jessica Snare. I did register. Are you hearing the Jessica Snare voice?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. So you can't see me, but that's okay. I'm representing Libby Halstead and Lori Jones, who live at 25 Brewster Street. And we are requesting a special permit to redesign the access to their basement stair and their side door, landing, and stairs. We do have some photos and drawings that were submitted. I don't know if a good point to bring them up. Lovely. Currently, there is a metal bulkhead door with a typical steep wooden stairs to the basement. To the right of that is a door landing, unfortunately built practically on top of the bulkhead doors, rendering the bulkhead doors difficult to stay open and be used properly. Both stairs, as you can see, have been in need of repair since the clients bought the home approximately 8 years ago. The property has existing non-conforming conditions, which are the building height and the side yard setback, which requires us to get a special permit in order to modify these stairs and landings in any meaningful way. These conditions set the stage for tight parameters for the design. We are proposing a concrete and stone veneer below grade stair with mahogany and ipe treads in a configuration that also modifies the existing landing and stairs to the side door. Are these? There are some other photos that were, yeah. So if you see the circle, you can see the post on the existing stairs sitting on the concrete wall at the lower right-hand corner. You can see the railings and the landing railings are non-conforming. The stairs have a variety of riser heights ranging from 3 inches to a little over 6 to 7 something. We informally proposed several alternatives to the zoning board and landed on the plan that involved the least amount of waivers of dimensional requirements. Maybe we could look at the plan. On the upper right, you can see that there is a 10-foot setback requirement to the accessory structure, which is the garage. By encroaching upon that, it was a little bit easier to resolve this problem, but we chose not to add that to the waivers that we were requesting. Therefore, that is how we ended up with this plan. It does require us, though, to reduce the left side setback on the house. The landing that you see where it says change door swings, that is the new modified landing that used to be deeper and shorter. And the stairs have moved towards the garage. The egress out of the basement actually occurs at the existing location underneath the side door and, well, not directly, and uses the underside of the landing for some of the stair, but then, of course, by the time we get out to the open, we are further into our side yard setback. And on the left is a schematic section of the stair egress out of the basement and the existing but modified landing and roof above. The roof over the old landing will stay as is. It is just the landing itself that will get narrower but wider. The proposed wood-framed landing and stair to the side door actually improves the setback a little due to the new landing dimension and a more efficient stair design. The below-grade stair, of course, though, will require us to use additional setback dimensions, as mentioned before. In addition, we were required to recalculate the building height using the new lower landing at the open stair. The existing building height average is currently 39.4 feet, which is 4.4 over the allowable. The proposed is 39.6 feet, which is a 0.2 foot difference. We believe these improvements to be both safer as well as a visual improvement to the rest of this very lovely home and garden. We appreciate your thoughts and decisions. Thank you.
This is the chair. Excuse me. as I will mention later again, but we've a number of letters in our files from abutters or neighbors, what have you, and they're generally in support. However, there are 2 letters opposed, or at least seriously questioning what you propose to do. And the reason for that is they say, and one of these persons is the direct abutter most directly affected by what you're proposing, concerned that a second dwelling unit will be created and having an adverse impact on them and on the neighborhood. I believe you've represented to the neighbor, correct me if I'm wrong, that you do not have any intention of creating a second dwelling unit if we grant you the relief tonight. Am I correct?
I have seen that letter. My clients and I, amongst ourselves, have never discussed this as a second dwelling unit because under our impression, it is not permitted to have a second dwelling unit. This was intended to be a combination great room, media room, TV room, and an extra guest room for their use. So I can't speak to what they might have said because I certainly would never ask a client or suggest to a client that they would make a verbal suggestion about how things might get used in the future, if that makes sense.
This is Andrea Hickey speaking. Could we ask the applicants to speak to that question directly, please?
Yes, thank you, Andrew.
Libby?
Yeah, I'm trying. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Yeah, so the intent of this space is extra living space for us and for guests to visit us. There's a wet bar with a fridge and a sink. It doesn't really constitute a second dwelling, and we don't intend to have it be a second dwelling. So we'd like to have friends and family visit us, and we think it'd be a lot easier and safer for them to get into the basement through this than the current bulkhead. So I hope that can, but I know the letter said, what about the people who live in the house after us, after we sell it? So it's difficult to imagine what people would do in future. So I hope that's helpful, but we want more living space. We have 2 home offices. We both work from home full time. We have one guest room for people who want to visit us, and we've been hoping for years to increase our living space in the basement. So that's the best I can say.
Thank you. This is Andrea Hickey again. So you have no intention to sort of use this space for Airbnb or folks that are not related to you to be using it in that respect?
Well, can friends and family visit? I mean, they're not related.
Now, there's a difference. I think what Andrew is getting at.
Okay.
If you own a single family or own a
Right.
residence, you will have guests, and the guests will stay in a guest room or part of the dwelling unit, the apartment unit. There's a difference between that, and that's not a problem to my mind.
Right.
The difference between that and what a separate rental unit, someone else is going to have a separate apartment, be it for Airbnb purposes or just simply additional income and additional use of the property. That's the concern that your neighbors have. Frankly, it's a concern that I have. And I'm going to propose to my fellow board members, it's up to them to see if they agree, that I'm in support of the relief you're seeking, but that I'm going to condition it on the grounds that no separate dwelling unit will be created as a result, and that includes a unit that would be used for Airbnb purposes. I want to keep this as a single-family home as it is now, with more living space.
So I'm fine with that. It's just, we might live there a long time, and I don't want to be dramatic, but I can't say what's going to happen in the future. 2 people in my family just died. I mean, I could become a widow someday. I may need additional income. I may live there for 30 years. I mean, I can't promise that for the rest of my life I'll never need to, get a bit of additional income if it becomes necessary. So it's not our intent. It's not our plan. But I mean, are you asking me to promise that for the rest of my ownership that I'll never have that need? I mean, it seems a bit extreme, I think.
I must say your response troubles me. I think what you're looking for is you want to preserve the right 6 months, a year from now, whatever, to create a second dwelling unit in the structure. And given the neighborhood some neighborhood opposition, I'm not in support of your relief you're seeking unless we take steps to provide that will not happen. And that would be by way of a condition to the relief that we grant tonight, should we grant it.
If this is Andrea again, if I could also add, if down the line it turns out that that's something you wanted to request, I suppose you could always come back with that.
Okay, that's
Exactly.
fine.
I mean, it's not forever.
Mr. Chair, I didn't mean to overstep here.
We'd be fine with that.
Okay. Any other members of the board have any questions or comments they want to make at this point? Brendan?
No, I think you and Andrea, this is Brendan Sullivan. I think you and Andrea have covered the concern.
Brendan, I
Brendan,
can't hear you.
Yeah, I think your mic is off.
My mic on? Yes? No?
Or get closer.
Yeah, get closer.
It's on.
It's on.
Yeah, the light is on.
The light is on.
But nobody's home?
You want to use mine?
Yeah. The light is on, but nobody's home. This is Brendan Sullivan. I think Andrea and Gus have covered what my concerns were. In the dimensional form, it is stated as an existing single family, proposed as a single family, so I will take that at face value, that it is for the purpose of the residents of the dwelling of the house, and that the comings and goings of family and friends and so on and so forth are fine. Down the road, if it were to be converted into another unit, they would have to come back to the board for that anyhow, and the neighbors would be notified of that. As far as the Airbnb and what have you, that there is a legal vehicle potentially available, but that also requires some sort of city overview and also some city regulations. So I'm comfortable with approving what is before us tonight and the presentation of the owner.
Thank you. Jason, you have any questions or comments at this point?
Gus, now we can't hear you.
It was very faint, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, you both need mics.
We're sharing.
We're sharing a microphone here. We have some technical problems. I'm sorry, Jason, are you about to speak?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I think the back and forth probably assuaged my concerns as well. I was listening very intently to the discussion among my fellow board members because I'm trying to discern really trying to understand what the nexus is between the application before us and the question around an accessory unit, which I think I understand to be relevant in terms of other sections of the bylaws. And I think, as Brendan noted, there are other sort of legal standards that go to those issues. So I guess I was seeing them as separate and looking at this application as seeking, in my view, pretty minimal increases to the nonconformity. But in light of the applicant's agreement to the condition, I don't have a problem with it then. I don't have anything further to say beyond that.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason. Wendy, any questions or comments at this point?
I agree with the discussion of the conditions that are proposed for issuing the relief sought. I do have one question just to satisfy my curiosity and other concerns. In the proposed kitchenette in the basement, I can't quite tell from the diagrams, is there a cooking unit also installed there?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, it's Trevor Hardy from 29 Brewster. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I would just like to understand, and as we said in our letter, we are supportive of the changes that Libby and Laurie want to make to the stair and the access. We are very concerned about the units becoming, and they assured us that the unit would never be rented out. We'd like to understand how does the city enforce that if Libby and Laurie sell the house and move out? They've assured us that they would never rent it out. But how does the city enforce that going forwards? Either if Libby and Laurie change their mind, or a subsequent owner buys the house and we then living effectively sharing a driveway with a multi-family home as opposed to a single family. So I'd like to just understand how this will actually be enforced on a longer term basis.
Well, let me try to answer your question. Should we grant relief tonight, the work will go ahead. I think the sense of the board is we'll grant the relief on the condition that a second dwelling unit will not be created in the area or in the basement area where that's going to be affected by the relief we are granting. So it'll be forbidden. Now, if whoever owns the property, be it the current owners or a successor owner, if they go ahead and create the second dwelling unit, neighbors like yourself will have the right to go to the city or the building department and shut it down on the grounds that it doesn't conform to the conditions that we granted, that we imposed when we granted the relief that's being sought. And then a case will be heard at that point. If the then owner of the property still wants to go ahead, he or she or it will have to come before the board and seek a change to the condition that we will be imposing tonight. So there's ample recourse certainly by abutters and perhaps others in the city, should the condition that we were planning to impose not be honored. And again, it runs with the land. Do I answer your question?
Thank you. Yes, I have one other clarifying question. What does it take to constitute that as a separate dwelling unit? Is it putting in a full kitchen, or like how does that?
You'll have to speak to the building department. Certainly, a kitchen with a stove would, I believe, you'll have to check with Ranjit, but I believe that would constitute creation of a separate dwelling unit. So if there's a refrigerator down there, I believe that would not be a separate unit.
Two means of egress.
Well, yeah, they'd need parking and two means of egress,
other
independent means of
aspects, that's
egress as well. Yes, and a full kitchen.
We're not in a position I don't want to get into the position of advising you or anyone else about what the rights are should you feel that the relief we grant tonight and the conditions that are imposed are not honored. Take it up with the building department. They're the ones who enforce our decisions and enforce the building laws of the city. There's where your answer will be.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak on this matter? Now we seem to jumped off the rails. Let me open up the public testimony and give everybody else an opportunity to speak. Any members of the public who wish to speak should now click the icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen that says raise hand. If you're calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9 and unmute or mute by pressing *6. We'll wait a few moments to see if anyone else wishes to speak.
I'm not seeing anyone.
Apparently not, so we're going to close public testimony and move on to the merits of the case. I think from the discussion we've had so far, I think the sentiment, maybe I'm wrong, I think the sentiment is clear that I think that we're in favor of granting relief, but we want a condition that prevents, without further legal action, the creation of a second dwelling unit. So I'm going to make a motion. It's a special permit, and then we'll take a vote and have discussion on the motion. Okay.
Mr. Chair, it's Andrea Hickey. Could we add to the motion that space not be used as income-producing space? Because I think the second dwelling wouldn't prohibit Airbnb type use.
That's a good suggestion. I was proposing, when I made my motion that specifically said this area cannot be used for Airbnb purposes, as well as a separate dwelling unit. I was proposing to put both in the motion. If you think that doesn't work, then I'll do whatever you think, Andrea.
No, I think that works, but we don't want to limit it to Airbnb because there are other.
No, you're right. You're right.
Right, that allow that use. So Airbnb or other similar platforms. That works for me.
Okay.
Short-term rental. It's called short-term rental.
Yeah, short-term rental. Okay, so I guess now we're ready for the motion. So make a note for a second. What Andrea just said.
Is it possible to limit it to any form of rental?
Yeah, I think the idea is that we want this to remain a single-family dwelling, and
Yes.
the building. And if there's another income-producing aspect of this building, they're going to be a two-family. Or alternatively, it'll have uses for Airbnb or other forms of short-term rental. All right, here's the motion. Chair moves that we make the following findings with regard, excuse me, to the special permit that's being sought. That the requirements of the ordinance are such that the relief being sought cannot be effected without the special permit. That traffic generated or patterns of access or egress resulting from the granting of the special permit will not cause congestion, hazard, or substantial change in established neighborhood character. This assumes, with regard to this finding, that a condition I'm going to suggest at the end of the motion is part of the motion and part of the relief. That will prevent the change in established neighborhood character. That the continued operation of or development of adjacent uses as permitted in the zoning ordinance will not be adversely affected by the nature of the proposed use. And again, that assumes the adoption of the condition that we've been discussing so far. No nuisance or hazard will be created to the detriment of the health, safety, and/or welfare of the occupant of the proposed use or the citizens of the city. And again, that assumes the creation of the condition I'm yet to get to, and that generally what is being proposed will not impair the integrity of the district or adjoining district or otherwise derogate from the intent and purpose of this ordinance. So on the basis of these findings, the chair moves we grant the special permit that's being sought, subject to the following conditions. I screened just one plan. Oh, there it is. Subject to the following conditions. One, that the work proceed in accordance with plans prepared by Spring Hill Design, Somerville, Mass. And the date of those plans are April 1, 2021, and the first page of which has been initialed by the chair. And second, that no additional dwelling unit will be created as a result of the relief being sought and the impact on the on the structure. And by additional dwelling unit, that includes any short-term rentals such as Airbnb or similar arrangements. The goal here is to remain this as a single-family dwelling. Brendan, how do you vote?
Brendan Sullivan, yes to granting the special permit.
Andrea?
I vote yes in favor of granting.
Jason?
Jason Marshall, yes in favor of the special permit, noting my understanding that the applicant has agreed to the condition.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? You cut off.
I want to note my understanding that the applicant has agreed to the condition.
Thank you. Wendy?
Wendy Lysusen, yes, in favor of granting with the conditions explained.
Okay, and the chair votes as well in favor of granting the relief sought subject to the conditions that have been imposed. Relief granted. Case over.
Thank you.
Why didn't you give me Willow Street? Yeah, good. Okay, we will now pause in our regular agenda, the consideration of our regular agenda to hear a a continued case. This is a case that started at an earlier time, and for one reason or another, I guess that the request of the petitioner has been continued until tonight. So the chair, and then after we finish that case, we'll return to our regular agenda as published. So the chair will now call case number 117337, 145 Willow Street, number 1. Anyone here wishing to be heard on this matter?
Yes, good evening. This is Andrew Plum and my associate Tiffany Kojal. I am the architect and developer for the project before you. I'd like to request that the first thing we put up on the presentation is the community presentation. Is that Cynthia who's pulling that up? Thank you. I'd like to just start this evening by first thanking the chairman and the members of the board for hearing this, and I apologize for the mishap with the time on modifying our sign. I thank you for hearing us now. I wanted to let you know who we are and what we're trying to do. We are architects and builders that run design build practice in Cambridge, who want to leverage what design can do for communities by building housing. And so the project before you is our first foray into development. And the goal behind it is to build housing that encourages long-term residents in their communities. It encourages families to come to communities. And we also, the mission of our company is to build what we call good, clean, and fair housing, which is to say using non-toxic materials and fair labor and good design that lasts the generations. So we believe that development really should start with the community within which you are working, and put together this presentation that's before you here, that we conducted several meetings voluntarily with the community, which Tiffany will speak to in a moment about that process. If we could go down a couple of slides, maybe start at 17. Thank you. As you know, this is Willow Street, the building that's one down on the right from the three-decker is the property in question. And if you could go to the next slide. Thank you. You know, when we looked at this this project, the options before us were we could look at developing this as a single family, which would, you know, be a very luxurious unit in Cambridge with the size. We weren't interested in that. It could also be developed as a two-family with two sort of above market sized units, also quite expensive. What you have before you tonight is a three-family proposal with 3 market rate units. But I want to say that where we started in our own internal process was a 4-family, where the idea being that we could build 3 market rate units and 1 affordable unit, and affordable through the City of Cambridge Inclusionary Housing Program and Affordable Housing Trust. Through our community process and some of the extent of the relief that would need to be required for the 4-family, we decided to back down to the 3-family approach that we'll talk about tonight. But I do want to say that I know that there's a larger conversation going on in the city about the middle housing and whether or not that's there's different opinions about that and about whether or not it's equitable or not. We had no knowledge of that conversation actually while we were developing this ourselves, and only the reason we asked for the continuance was because that same night as when we were first scheduled to appear was the City Council Ordinance Commission discussing the middle housing petition, and I felt like I needed to understand the larger discussion there. In any case, this project requires or is asking for relief. It's asking for variance relief and special permit relief to to build a 3-family dwelling that's within front, side, and rear setbacks, increases FAR and reduces the minimum lot area per dwelling. And it's also requesting relief for the parking requirements. We will build something here, and the opportunity here is to build more housing in Cambridge. And before I go further in terms of the design, I would like to just, can we just scroll down a little bit on this presentation? If we could just start with 19. So, and we talked about this with the community, and maybe Tiffany, would you like to just talk briefly about the community process that we went through? Tiffany is our Director of Diversity and Community Engagement.
Good evening, everyone. So community engagement is very important to us because it was evident that this community had lots of ideas and input as to what they wanted in their neighborhood. And coming in as a developer, albeit we are a small developer, there are lots of development projects going on in the area, not all of which the residents are amenable to. So we thought it was very important to not just tell the community, the residents, what we had planned, but also to ask them their opinion and what they felt the neighborhood needed. And we used that feedback not just as something to put on a piece of paper, but rather to allow it to guide us for design. And so we did multiple runs of flyering as well as some door-to-door engagement. And as Andrew had mentioned, this slide, this PowerPoint presentation here that you see on your screen, we also offered the residents to be able to connect with us on a Zoom so that we could explain the project to them. What we found was that most people were very happy to hear that we wanted to offer a 4th unit that would be an affordable unit. We also discussed the option of having a 3-family that, due to our values and how we look at the right for all to be able to have housing that is good, clean, and fair, decided as a tenant upon our values to offer these home ownership opportunities at a lower profit margin to ourselves, but as a more affordable purchase price for people who would be purchasing these homes. We also asked what people felt about parking as opposed to green space. And although everybody was very happy with the fact that we would be providing green space, there was a very contentious issue about parking. So that wasn't something that we wanted to.
If we could just, sorry to interrupt, Tiffany, if we could go to one of the last slides. We have a slide that showed that, yeah, 24.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just, for 1 second, jump in. Mm-hmm. We originally were proposing no on-site parking and developing what is now a tandem driveway as a communal garden space. That's what's represented as in green here. But the feedback we received was that parking was a concern. We did conduct a parking study, the conclusion of which was that there is parking available in the neighborhood. However, it was very top of mind for the neighbors, and the 4-unit approach is one that would not allow for on-site parking. Hence the 3-unit approach, which, as you can see on slide 21, and that one allows us to maintain one official spot, but tandem parking for 3. If we could go to slide number 21. This one, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tiffany, did you have anything further there?
I guess just to end by saying that, although we weren't required to engage with the community, we did so out of good faith and because of our values. And so we want to be able to provide a dense building offer And so we're looking for the relief for this 3 families so that we can provide more families with the opportunity for affordable home ownership.
Can I interject at this point? This is the chair.
Sure.
First of all, I want to congratulate you. I think this is a good presentation. You're going to create better housing, at least, 3 families as you're proposing, and it's a service to the community, and good for you. My question, though, is 3 units in this building. It's a small building and a tight lot. If you had a 2-family house, I think I don't have the slide in front of me, but the units would only be 1,500. Where's the one that shows the size, if we went to a 2-family, how big the units would be?
It's a little further down in the deck there. They're 18, slide 18.
Yeah. You only have units at a 2-family, the units would be 1,500 square feet each. That's not a big unit. It's not one a luxury unit as you described a single family. And I'm not going to vote against it, but I'm troubled by this. I would be much more comfortable if this was a 2-family, and I suspect what's driving this is profit. You start with a very philanthropic point of view, and I think you still have it. But what I'm seeing creeping into this is profit. I would like to see, I'm not going to say I'm going to vote against what you're proposing, not yet anyway, but I would like to have seen a 2-family, not a 3-family.
May I respond to that?
By all means.
Thank you. In fact, these 4 options before you, there is not an advantage financially to building a 3-family over a 2-family. In fact, I would argue the 2-family is more profitable than the 3. We're working with realtors to understand the market rate in this area, and conservatively, new construction is selling at about $900 a square foot. That puts each 2-family unit at almost $1.4 million, which I think is quite out of reach for most people. And our desire is to build. It's true. It is a small lot. However, if you look one property to the south, it's a 3-family on almost an identical sized lot. This is the level of density that exists in Cambridge and has been built. It's just not allowed to be built currently with the current zoning without relief. And if we could go to the floor plans for a moment, I would like to just speak about that. It's sort of, except for the 4-family approach, the single, 2, or 3 are all around 3,000 square feet. And so they're all going for 900 a foot. However, in Cambridge, it's such a desirable market. The larger space is worth even more. So, I would argue that the 2-family will sell for more than the 3-family. If we could, okay, thank you. Could we go to slide number 6? So I just wanted to show you what we're proposing. And, the reason that we're asking for as much relief as we are with the FAR is because we felt it was extremely important to provide a unit with sufficient size that it would attract and support families for the long term. And so what you see is a 2-bedroom plus study unit with a sort of kitchen, dining, living space, and a recessed outdoor porch that's sort of embedded into the middle of the plan, which provides private outdoor space and light and ventilation into the core of the layout. And we feel that this all taken together is an extremely efficient and compact design, but one that works very well. I live in a 100 plus year old house that is not special, except that the layout is just rock solid, and it just always works, and that's what we're trying to do here. And we find that to make the footprint much smaller than what we see before us here is to sacrifice, these sort of basic components of a unit that is suitable for a family over the long term. The design could have been something that slices and dices it into smaller units, which would support, sort of a more transient population that, with a studio or one bedrooms and things like that. That's not what we're trying to do. If we could just zoom out a little bit onto this.
Yeah, Andrew, this is Brendan Sullivan. What is the size of the building proposed? Outside dimensions?
In our files, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, the outside dimensions
Yeah.
are
Of the building?
24 feet wide by basically 60 feet long.
Yeah, okay. I guess what I share somewhat the chair's concern about a three-family, but then I have a three-family, and, it's 25 by 40. And I think that you had just alluded to another three-family on the same block, and I was just wondering if, and you said on a similar size lot, and I was just wondering, is that a sort of a typical three-family in the neighborhood? And that usually they're 24-something by 38 or 40 feet or something like that, so that you come up to around that 1,000 feet of square footage. And
I can tell you what the difference is.
and that it's an adequate apartment, 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, living room, dining room. This has an open floor plan. I think it works well. It's kind of a small lot, but then again, my three families on a small lot, which was built in 1920, which was the norm back then. In the neighborhood, on Willow Street, what is a typical apartment that is going for square footage-wise?
I'm afraid I don't have that information. I don't know what the typical.
But a 1,500 square foot, which is what a two-family would have to be built for, it would be considered, I think, a very large unit in the area. Am I correct in that, or?
Yes, but what we're proposing is 3 1,100 square foot units.
3 1,000 square foot or 1,100?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the reason that what's driving the length over the maybe more typical types that you referenced is the embedded porch. If we were to remove that, which I think is to the detriment of the people that would be living here, you could certainly compact the plan. But as the site is tight, then there's not a lot of opportunity for outdoor space. We felt that we would make up for that by putting it into the floor plan of the units themselves. So that's what's driving the length to be 59 feet as opposed to the 40 or whatever that you referenced.
Yeah. Okay. All right. No, that's all I have at the moment.
Thank you, Brendan. Andrea?
Yeah, I would just like to ask about, in your presentation, you talked about sort of building 3 units that are good, clean, fair, and affordable. But these are market rate units, unless I missed something. So how are these affordable?
Right. So let's maybe clarify the terminology. In the 4-unit scheme that I referenced in the beginning, we had officially affordable in the language of the city, and that it would be a part of the Cambridge Housing Trust.
Right, and I like that idea, although I don't like 4 units in this space.
Right.
But 3 market rate units seems to me, along the lines of the chair's comments, to be sort of a financially motivated decision, and not something that is necessarily good for the community, where there are 3 market rate units that can go for as high as folks are willing to bid.
Well, I think the point I was just trying to make was that because with 3 units, each one will necessarily be smaller, it will be at a price point that is less expensive than what the 2-family units are. There is no profit motive here for the 3-family over the 2-family. As I said before, the 2-family will sell for the same and perhaps more than a three-family would. And that's because the space in Cambridge is at such a premium. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. I'm still concerned with the density of 3 units in this space. And also I'm concerned with the parking. We can get to the parking later in your presentation, but I am not a fan of tandem parking, and I know it's not something that the city promotes, but I'll let you speak to parking when you're ready to do that in your presentation. Thank you.
Sure.
Jason, do you have any questions or comments you want to make at this point?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to follow up really quickly on Andrea's last point on tandem parking, and just to get some clarity on that, because I don't recall seeing anything in the application that discussed that, but maybe I missed it. Will the proposal have tandem parking for 3 vehicles?
Sure. Yeah, if we could go to slide 5, please.
Let's see the folder. It's the folder.
So there would be one, by the definitions of the city, one spot, and then space for 2 additional cars could be parked in tandem beyond that. That's the proposal, and maybe now is a good time to talk through our parking study if the board is interested.
Well, that's the only question I had. I defer to the chair on whether to do that or whether to go to other members for questions, but that's the only question I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
It's Andrea Hickey speaking again. So is relief for parking part of your petition?
It is. It's
Yes.
requesting special permit relief for 1 spot instead of 3.
Great. And do you have a plan that shows the proposed parking spaces dimensioned?
Yes, if you zoom in on the side yard here towards the street, it's 8'6". Oh, sorry. 8'6" by 18 is that rectangle that you see there, which we identify as the 1 off-street parking space. And there is additional space beyond that that would be in tandem, but it's not recognized as official parking spaces, hence the request for relief.
Thank you. That's all I have at the moment.
Thanks, Andrea. Jason, I forget, did you answer, get your question answered, or are you want to speak further?
Thank you. I'm satisfied for now, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy?
I have some questions, but I'm going to hold until the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. If I might continue, I have a few more things to say about this site plan, and then I could go through the parking study that we conducted.
Yes, good. Let's proceed on that basis. Go ahead, sir.
Great, thank you. If we could just slide up on this same sheet, or sorry, zoom out to see the whole thing, yeah. I wanted to point out that the first floor unit is proposed to be accessible ready, meaning it can be converted to be accessible, and it's designed as such, including a ramp off of the sidewalk that you see at the bottom of the drawing. The existing building is directly on the front property line, and we are proposing to push the building 5 feet back, which is another reason why we're eating so much into the rear setback. At the rear of the property, we're proposing enclosed trash and recycle storage, and then long-term bicycle parking. We've got spaces for 4 spaces there. And the intention with the design of the building is that it's a net zero building where all appliances will be electric, and there's a proposed space for solar array. If we could, I think it's now towards the end of this PDF, get to the parking. Okay. Yep. If we could go up 1 slide to start. So that the area in the yellow is the site. That's 145 Willow. The sort of highlighted zone is the neighborhood that we looked at. And if we go down one slide. So what we did was we counted all of the spaces in that area. Something is a little strange with this image. The key on the upper left seems to be not aligned. But it's standard parking spaces, areas where there's no parking, areas where there is handicapped parking. These are the totals that we found on all of those streets. And then if we go to the next slide, please. Okay. So what we did was we went on 3 separate days at 3 times each day and identified when we had the peak demand. And the peak demand occurred at 8 a.m. When we had 58 spaces vacant and were available for residential use. Now, it is true that Willow had some of the lower points. A morning and Saturday evening, we counted 1 space that was free. So this, even though we feel that the neighborhood at large definitely supports having reduced parking on the site, given that what we heard from tenants and the fact that Willow itself is maybe more so than some of the other streets, we felt like offering one official spot plus tandem, if desired by tenants, would be a good kind of balance. And I forgot to mention this before, but as you may or may not know, this location is in an extremely walkable, bikeable, transit-friendly zone. And so our hope is that, and I think that the trends are that in general, people will be less dependent upon having their own vehicle in the future. We're a 10-minute walk from the future. We're a 10-minute walk from the future Green Line Union Square T-stop. Okay. And we could just scroll down a little bit further and see if there's more to talk about here. No, okay. So I think this really, I could go up to the building elevations if it's interesting to the board. Just 2 quick slides here. We could do, yeah. So the drawing on the right-hand side is the south elevation. This is the elevation that faces on the drive, and there are sort of 2 driveways adjacent to each other between this property and the property to the south. And so we were using that southern exposure to create the recessed porches. It would be a nice place to be able to let light into the units. The entry itself is on the corner here, as you see, and otherwise it's a pretty straightforward design for a 3-family that we think is quite contextual and will fit in quite well to the neighborhood, and in a way more so than the existing single family, which feels very out of place in its context, in my opinion. And I think that's the extent of our presentation, so I'm happy to take more questions.
I have no questions at this point. Brendan?
Well, Brendan Sullivan, the only question I guess I would have, would it work with 2 market rate and 1 affordable unit?
No, unfortunately not. We did look at that, but it's just not possible.
Yep, okay.
Andrea, do you have anything you want to say at this point?
Yeah, yes. Could you guide me through where the first floor windows are with respect to the one sort of dimension parking space that is not tandem? How close would that car be parking to any window?
Right. So it would be, I don't know, is my pointer visible?
No.
Well, if we look at the right-hand elevation, that's the south elevation. You see the door, which is the door to the building on the left.
Right.
And then so the car would be partially in front of that, and then this first window that you're seeing to the right of that entry door, that's sort of the zone of where that car would be.
And how close would that car be to the to the building, the face of the building there? So your space was 18 feet long, and was it 8.5?
It was 8.5, and then it's 11 feet from the property line to the face of the building. So we've got about 2.5 feet in addition to the 8'6". That's, some of it's on the one side and some of it's on the other. The cars are not exactly 8'6" wide, but that's what the space is.
Right, so just to clarify, how close would the car be parking to that side of that face of the building? 2 feet, did you say?
Yeah, it's probably in the realm of a couple feet, maybe a little more.
Yeah, we get concerned sometimes about exhaust from cars and noise from cars with windows that open. So that's why I raised that. I don't have any further questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, let me just add on to what Andrea has pointed out. It's actually in our ordinance. There's a minimum distance between the windows of the building, a residential building, although I think it's maybe only 1 or 2 families and not a 3-family as proposed. But I suspect what you're proposing is too close per our zoning ordinance. And you may have a problem should we grant relief tonight when you get to building permit and the building department takes a closer look at what you're proposing to do. Just keep that in mind.
Could I ask Mr. Plum, is there parking there now? Has there historically been a car sort of parked in that area?
Yes, I think we have in a different PDF existing photos of the property. I could show you. What's there now is a chain link fence and gate and sort of like 2 concrete. There, yeah, you can kind of see it on the right-hand side there. There's a gate and, the sort of concrete tire tracks.
Thank you. That's helpful. It gives me some actual context. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Jason, anything you want to say now?
I appreciate the exchange on the parking. I think an additional visual or two would have been helpful to get a better sense of that. And Mr. Chair, your comment about whether or not the proposal, as we understand it, would violate the requirement around the space between the parked car and the unit. I guess depending on what we do here, I would be concerned that we'd be approving a proposal and effectively approving an additional relief with respect to that requirement. So I think we'd have to be really careful there, but I don't want to get too far ahead. I'd like to listen to the public comment. So that's all I'll say for now.
Okay, thank you. Wendy? Anything more?
Thank you. Yes, Wendy Leisherson. I have some questions. Just maybe you can help me to recap a little bit of my understanding of the whole scope of this project. So first, I just want to say I appreciate the values with which your company is approaching development in Cambridge. So I am glad to see that is the approach you're taking to helping our city expand its housing options. What we have here, though, is a single family that you're proposing to convert to a 3-family. And obviously, we all agree that we need more housing in our city. And so the question is the nature of that housing. And for families versus young professionals, I do agree with the concerns that some of my other board members have raised that 1,100 square feet with a 2-bedroom, 2+ bedroom, only accommodates a certain size of family, even though affordability, obviously, it's a trade-off for getting a bigger unit. Mm-hmm. So that's just one observation, if you will, as I work through my consideration of this matter. And then you said that the first floor unit is accessibility ready, but where the parking spot is located is adjacent to the door. And I'm wondering, where is the means of entry and egress? Should there be someone? Could you show me that slide?
Yeah. If we could go to slide 5, or actually better would be slide 6 and zoom in on the floor plan there. So you can see that there's the door and a landing, and then the accessible path wraps around down the ramp on the front side. And there are steps to the sidewalk or to the drive from that sort of main landing. So it doesn't require anyone in a wheelchair to pass through the driveway area.
Okay, thank you. And the sacrifice of going from a single family to 3 units is enlarging the building footprint, reducing the setbacks, losing the opportunity for open space, and decreasing parking. Is that pretty much my understanding of what's going on there?
I think that if we go to, actually, it might be useful to look at the zoning analysis sheet, which overlays the existing footprint with the proposed. Yeah, slide 2, thank you. So if we could zoom in on so the sort of solid gray hatch is the current footprint, and the bold line represents the footprint of the proposed building. So where you have that kind of crosshatch is where there's additional building on the property. So it's maintaining the property line location on the north side as the existing. It's shifting it back off the street the 5 feet in order to allow for that accessible access. And then it's, building into the rear setback more than the existing building is currently. And so what all that results in is, it's more FAR than the current, which is also over and above what is zoned for. It reduces the amount of square footage of lot area per unit, but I would say in line with what's present in the neighborhood anyway. I think many units are in a similar situation, and it is removing some potential green space from the rear yard, but we're trying to make up for that by including this private sort of outdoor space that's, as we saw in the floor plans.
So yes, I understand you're going to be offering the open air options of the embedded porches, which is nice by design. I don't necessarily think it's equal to green space, however, which is the trade-off in expanding the footprint of the building, correct?
I suppose you could put it that way. I mean, our point of view was that, yes, it won't have a lawn in it, but it is something that is a part of the daily life of the people who live there, to have the air and light and the ability to have their living space spill out into an open air thing, which I would argue gets used vastly more than, a kind of garden in the back for your sort of every now and then barbecue and so forth. So, but I think that's.
I imagine that depends on the family. I think.
I guess that's probably true. Yeah.
And also the ages of the children.
Right.
If we're really thinking families, as opposed to young professionals. Yeah. And then I had another question, which is the basement. It's all mechanical, correct?
Correct.
So is there no, and I'm sure this affects all the calculations, but I'm just really thinking from a family point of view versus a young professional or transient population. The lack of storage or the lack of other potential space down there. I know that there have been some developments, for example, I could name an address, but it was a unit that was created into 4 condo units, and they have a sort of extra room that's a livable room in the basement for an office or as well as storage. And I just wondered if you thought about anything like that for quality of life, to encourage families to stay in this area.
Yeah, we started with dedicated storage areas, not like living space, but storage areas. I lived for years in a 3-family that had that. And the thing that we got hung up on was our reading of the code was that in order to provide that, you had to provide an accessible means of access to the basement, and we have no way of doing that in the absence of an elevator, which I don't think this project can support. So, so we're not providing, you know, that storage. I mean, I suppose that could be some relief that we request. I didn't think about that. I think it would be great. Frankly, I would love to build dedicated storage for each unit down there.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I had an understanding of the scope of the project.
Yeah.
My questions for now.
Thank you, Wendy. I'm going to now close. I'm going to open the matter up to public testimony. See if anyone wishes to speak. Any members of the public who wish to speak should now click the icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen that says raise hand. If you're calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9 and unmute or mute by pressing *6. We'll take a few minutes to see if anyone we have for people who wish to speak. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Philip Miller.
Yes. Yes.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry.
Give your name and address, please.
No, I don't have a comment. I'm sorry. I accidentally pressed unmute. I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Alan Sadin.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Alan Sadoun. I'm about to live at 24 Union Street, a few blocks away from the proposed homes. I urge you to grant their requested zoning relief, as to not do so presents an unsurmountable hardship to the goal of providing reasonably sized, reasonably priced housing to Cambridge families. I hear the discussion about making sure this housing is available to families and not only suitable for small households, but just to put this into context, according to recent census data, 72% of households in Cambridge are 1 or 2 people, and that's a trend that's only increasing. But unit sizes in new construction are also increasing, which is the opposite of what should be happening given those demographic trends. So, you know, insisting on only very large units is not an effective way to ensure that families can live in Cambridge. You're just going to end up with small households in large units. I think these units are a very reasonable middle-of-the-road proposal, definitely appropriate for families. I think I know lots of families that can exist in 1,100 square foot units. And I want to underscore that if the zoning relief is not granted, they have to build a much more expensive, much less contextual structure. There's some examples of that in new construction at the end of Union Street on 55 and 65. They don't fit in with the neighborhood at all. And I think that this is a much better proposal that they're offering. So I'm speaking in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, Cynthia?
No.
Okay, I'm going to close public testimony. We have two. Obviously, we have 2 petitions before us. One for the parking, the variance. That's a special permit, and before that, the variance to construct the building itself. I will make a motion to. I'll start with the variance. I'll make a motion to grant the variance, and then when we take a vote, people can discuss and say, yes, I support that, no, or I think we need the following changes. So with that procedure, the chair, let me find the chair moves to make the following findings with regard to the variance that's being sought. That a little enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would involve a substantial hardship, such as financial or otherwise, to the petitioner. The hardship results, seems to me, from the size of the lot. It's a very much an undersized lot relative to the minimum requirements of our city. And that's would be true for whoever wishes to build on this lot. That the hardship is owing to the fact that this is already a non-conforming lot, and therefore any further modifications require zoning relief, and the desirable relief may be granted without substantial detriment to the public good or nullifying or substantially derogating from the intent or purpose of this ordinance. In this regard, what is being proposed will add additional housing, affordable housing, for the city of Cambridge, which, as we all know, is in need of more such housing. So on the basis of all of these findings, the chair moves that we grant the variance requested on the condition that the work proceed in accordance with plans prepared by, I think I pronounced it right, AMOD, A-A-M-O-D-T, Plum Architects, LLC. I don't see a date on the plans, but the first page of which has been initialed by the chair. I think we should take a vote on the variance before we get to the special permit. So, Brendan, how would you vote?
Yeah, I would support the variance. Somewhat mixed feelings on this, but generally, I think if you have to say yes or no, I would say yes to granting the variance.
Thank you. Andrea?
I am exactly where Brendan is. I would prefer to see an affordable unit. I'd also prefer, if we can have that, to see 2 units instead of 3. But I guess we'll get to the parking later, but with what's on the table, I can support it.
She says enthusiastically.
Well,
I'm kidding. I'm just teasing. Jason?
I think it's a thoughtful design. I agree with Wendy. I think the proposal is well thought out. You clearly put a lot of sweat equity into getting neighborhood support, and clearly, from what we heard tonight, a lack of opposition anyway. So agree with the ends and the designs, and as long as the parking issue we discussed earlier in terms of the proximity from the cars to the unit can be addressed, I would also be inclined to support the variance.
Thank you. Wendy?
I am with Brendan and Andrea in having some reservations, and I just want to say to the person who spoke about the trend of 1 to 2 person households being the case, I think we don't know what is the cause and what is the effect in that, the numbers that were cited. And so my concern remains that the housing that is being built that is so-called more accessible in price is causing the trend of the 1 to 2 person households as opposed to
But I take it you are voting in favor.
being catered for the naturally evolving population. But I am, despite that soapbox I just put myself on, yes, voting in favor. Thank you.
Okay. And the chair, I've already expressed my reservations about this project, namely the fact it's 3-family. So I join in with Andrea and Brendan, 2 of my fellow board members, saying that I will vote in favor, but with a great deal of reluctance. So with that, the variance is granted. Moving on to the special permit. And I'm looking for there's a section in the ordinance that deals with special permits for reduction of parking. Here it is. It says it's section 6.35.1. A special permit to reduce parking shall be granted only if the board determines and cites evidence in its decision that the lesser amount of parking will not cause excessive congestion, endanger public safety, substantially reduce parking availability for other uses, or otherwise adversely impact the neighborhood. So that's sort of the framework. I would note that when this provision of the ordinance was drafted many years ago, Cambridge had a different policy with regard to parking. Now the parking is something the City Council doesn't seem to be as concerned about as it once was, and so parking relief is not nearly as difficult to obtain, in my opinion, as it once was. So, Brendan, how do you vote on the special permit to reduce the parking?
There are 2 things, exempting the basement floor area and the parking, and I would vote to grant the special permit.
Thank you. Andrea?
I am not in favor of the parking as proposed due to 2 factors. One, the proximity of the single space that is properly dimensioned as a standalone space to the building. And I'm not in favor of tandem parking. So I cannot vote in favor of this.
Of the special permit. Thank you. Jason?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to, can you help me understand a little bit, if we vote to grant the relief, does that mean we would be approving the tandem parking proposal that we heard tonight? And what would happen if we did not vote in favor of the special permit?
Well, if we vote in favor of the special permit, yes, it would be, I believe it would be approving or authorizing or permitting tandem parking. If we don't vote to grant the special permit tonight, the petitioner has got to come up with a different parking solution or a different approach, because they do need to have, I believe, to get a building permit, they need to provide off-street parking. And they don't have any permission to do so, because the only thing they proposed was not approved by our board. I think that's how it works.
May I offer a point of clarification?
Sure.
What we're requesting is the reduction of required spaces from 3 to 1. We're not requesting approval of tandem parking. We're just requesting approval of 1 parking space instead of 3.
But if tandem parking is shown on the plan and we approve the plan, then we've sort of
tandem parking is what's shown on the plan is 1 space and then a garden beyond. It's not. I mean, if it's not clear enough on the plan, I'm happy to update that. But what we're requesting is 1 parking space instead of 3.
Andrea?
Then I think the motion would have to be reframed, because as I understood the motion, it was for parking as shown on the plan, and perhaps I misinterpreted there being a tandem space on the plan.
Let me rephrase the motion. The relief that's being sought is to only have 1 off-street parking space, although our ordinance would require 3 because we have 3 dwelling units. Anything beyond that, if there is a zoning problem, would require additional zoning relief at a different time.
That's helpful to me, this is Jason Marshall. That's helpful to me, Mr. Chair, because I did not want to vote to approve a parking space where it wasn't meeting the spatial requirements between the car and the building. So that's helpful. I could support that kind of a motion.
Okay. Andrea, you still, where are you now?
All right. Now, again, as with my first vote on the overall 3-unit building, I can reluctantly support 1 space. So I would be in favor of that proposal, that there be 1 space as shown on the plan with no additional parking on site, tandem or otherwise.
Thank you. Wendy?
I think I'm with Andrea on this one. So the bottom line is I'm in favor.
Okay. And the chair is in favor as well. I think the relief, again, is consistent with where the city is today with off-street parking. It's less than the ordinance requires, but the ordinance is behind the times, if you will, in terms of where the city council is with regard to promoting parking or requiring parking. More and more we're seeing relief being granted, or we grant relief, to reduce the required parking, to reflect the spirit or the will of the city council. I vote in favor.
Okay,
So 5 in favor, the special permit to reduce parking, the parking, off-street parking to 1 space has been granted.
Okay, Brendan Sullivan, and also to exempt the basement floor.
That's right, thank you, I should have mentioned that. And to exempt the basement pursuant to section 2.16 of our ordinance.
Thank you. And this is Andrea speaking again. I would just like to thank Mr. Plum. I thought his presentation was really comprehensive and thoughtful. We don't always see that. So, and I also appreciate your outreach to the community. So thank you for such a good and thorough presentation.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Okay, case is over. Thank you again. Moving on. The chair will now call case number 119050, 39 Kelly Street. Anyone here wishing to be heard on this matter?
Hello. My name is Richard Fryerman. With me is my wife, Lynn Gervins. We're the owners of the building at 3941 Kelly Street. We purchased this building in 1984. Today we're seeking relief so we can rebuild our front porch with some minor modifications. The relief we need is for a very modest increase in floor area ratio and to make some changes within the front yard setback. If we could bring up our presentation document. Next page, please. So this shows the existing conditions. And what I'd like to point out on this, and you can see the existing front porch with side entry steps. And you can see in the FAR calculation that what we're talking about doing is increasing the non-conforming FAR from 1.021 to 1.023. So it's a very, very modest increase in the floor area ratio. If you can go to the next page, please. The changes we're talking about will help us address a few different problems with the existing porch. First, the existing stairs and treads are not up to code. Right now, the risers exceed the 7 inches and treads are below 11-inch minimum. Also, the other notes on this page, you can see that we have this very awkward, this acute angle where the porch meets the house. It's always been kind of problematic when it comes to any kind of maintenance, painting, sealing issues. The strike sign in the doors are on the left-hand side. That's the entrance to our unit at 39, is very close to the existing railing. And on the right-hand door, that's the entrance to 41, where we have 2 tenants. The strike side's very close to the steps down. The walkway to the existing steps, which we propose removing, is a concrete slab that is being pushed up by roots of a very nice oak tree on the next property. And it's created a slope in the concrete, and it's also doesn't seem to be too healthy for the tree. Next page, please. This is existing conditions. The picture on the right is before we just did some temporary repairs so that we wouldn't have any problem while we're waiting to move forward with the construction. We removed the railing on the second floor since it wasn't structurally sound anymore. I didn't want it falling off on someone, and temporarily shored up the left-hand post. Next slide, please. In this, you can see the right-hand picture, the out-of-level walkway. The bit of black asphalt patch just showed up one day, compliments of the DPW crew. They were fixing a pothole on the street, and they noticed how bad this edge was and that it was becoming a trip hazard. So without asking, they put in this temporary patch. And just gives you, and you can also see the cobblestones along the side to get an idea of how much this tree is pushing up everything around it. So with our proposal, we take out the concrete back to the corner of the house and landscape this stretch. Next slide, please. This is the proposed footprint for the new porch. We would move the stairs to the front and bring them down towards the street and add a 14 square foot section to extend the porch out to the first corner of the bay. And that lets us, this plan lets us put in the stairs up to code, all treads at 11 inches and risers 7 inches at most. And landing on granite, a piece of granite as part of landscaping, but that would constitute the bottom step and meet the same code requirements. Next slide, please. This is the proposed elevation. And I think is self-explanatory. And now, frankly, part of what we're hoping here is to also just make it a better looking porch. Next slide. This is showing 5 other houses on the street that all have the steps coming down to the sidewalk. In some cases with no space at all. Just to give you an idea, excuse me, if this would be consistent with the neighborhood. And as we've been working on this design, we've spent many a walk around the neighborhood, become kind of connoisseurs of front porches. What we're proposing is pretty consistent with many other houses in the neighborhood. The porch with the steps, you know, more welcoming approach to the house with steps down to the front, and just generally a better looking structure. The final page is just the plot plan. We also submitted 11 letters of support from our neighbors on R.C. Kelly Street. And I think that takes it to where it is. Our architect, John Tittman, is also standing by if there are any questions you want to direct to John or to me.
Okay, thank you. Brendan, do you have any questions?
Brendan Sullivan, no questions.
Andrea?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Jason?
Jason Marshall, no questions.
Wendy?
Wendy Leiserson, no questions.
The chair has no questions either, so I will now open the matter up to public testimony. Any members of the public who wish to speak should now click the icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen that says raise hand. If you're calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9 and unmute or mute by pressing *6. I'll take a few moments to see if anyone wishes to speak. Apparently, we have no one wishing to speak. There are letters of support, as mentioned by the petitioner, but with that, I'll close public testimony. I'll make a motion, unless there need further discussion. Let me make a motion and we can have the discussion in the context of the motion. So, the chair moves that we make the following findings with regard to the variance being sought. Here we go. That little enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would involve a substantial hardship. Such hardship being, and it runs with the property in its current format, that the access to the front of the structure is seriously been damaged over the years by erosion, and to rebuild requires zoning relief. That the hardship is owing to the fact that this was already a non-conforming structure, and therefore any modification requires zoning relief, and that desirable relief may be granted without substantial detriment to the public good, or nullifying or substantially derogating from the intent or purpose of this ordinance. In fact, what will result, should we grant the variance, is to improve the access and egress from the structure for the occupants of the structure. So on the basis of these findings, the chair moves we grant the variance sought on the condition that the work proceed in accordance with plans that were submitted by the petitioner. I see 2 pages, and I've initialed both pages. Brendan, how do you vote?
Yes, Brendan Sullivan, yes to granting the variance.
Andrea?
Andrea Hickey, yes, in favor of granting the variance.
Jason?
Jason Marshall, yes, in favor of the variance.
Wendy?
Wendy Leiserson, yes, in favor of the variance.
And the chair votes is in favor as well. Variance granted. Good luck.
Thank you.
The chair will now call case number 119627, 44 Kinnaird Street. Anyone here wishing to be heard on this matter?
Yes, hi. Just starting the video.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, good evening. My name is Tal Levy. I'm here with my wife, Irina Zoskaya. We're the owners of 44 Kinnaird. Thank you for hearing our case.
We have no choice. You made an application. We got to hear it.
Fair enough. We will first describe the high level of the project, and then our architect, Alberto, will provide more details. So we purchased the house in March and are converting it into a single-family home for our growing family. We currently live very close to 44 Kinnaird, just a few blocks away on Putnam Ave. I also work quite close in Harvard Square. We love the neighborhood and are excited we found a house to make into a long-term home. We hope to stay in 44 Kinnaird for many, many years to come, a really long time. And as such, we're here requesting a special permit to construct a half-story mansard roof addition and also just relocate one window within the setbacks to help align the windows. The extra space will allow for home offices and a guest room for Irina's mother, who lives in Siberia. And for her, the trip is, or for anyone, the trip is 3 days each way. So it's quite a trek. And therefore, her visits need to be extended. And we would plan or would like for her to visit frequently to help with childcare. The resulting home will remain under the FAR and height requirements of the neighborhood and will not create any new zoning violations. We will also be increasing the green space by removing a few small additions in the rear of the building. Both of us really love being outside and enjoy gardening, and we plan to turn the backyard into even nicer garden and open green space. In terms of the exterior aesthetics, we prioritized the house maintaining Cambridge's older architectural style, and thus we went with the mansard roof for the addition. We also believe the project will improve the overall curb appeal of the street, in addition to just the looks of our building. Additionally, to improve the privacy between buildings, we're actually removing the number of windows on both the right and left side of the building. For public outreach, we've talked to many of our neighbors, and we've received several letters of support and no opposition. And those should be on the file. Thank you. Our architect, Alberto, will now review the details of the special permit and architecture.
Good evening, board. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. So tonight, thank you for having us. Tonight, we just want us to go over for this special permit for our clients. Right now is an existing two-family in a non-conforming site. The site is 4,000 square feet and the required by is 5,000. The existing property is inside the setback on the north side of the property or on the left side if you're looking at the floor plan right now. Can we go to the next slide? The proposed plan basically is keep the same footprint. We're not adding any footprint. We are just changing elevations on the north facade, and we can go to the following slide where we can explain the setback. Slide number 3. You can see that the setback on the north facade, just to get it to the 7 feet 6 inches, basically the entire north facade is on that setback. If we go to the next slide, we can see that is a two-story vinyl siding, two family, each level is a family. The whole special permit is to add a Mensa roof inside the required 35 feet allowed by code, and eliminating some of the windows that are on the neighbor's north elevation. The next slide. What we're trying to is enhance the streetscape of the house by adding the details of what the neighborhood, others, single families and two families with the bay windows, more detailed, better exterior material, the addition of a better porch entrance and second lower porch. Next slide. This is a rendering that shows the existing housing as it is as a two-story, and the lower rendering shows the addition of the Mensa roof to the house. It's not going to go above the 35 feet, and it's basically inside the three-family, three-story buildings that are on the neighbor's properties. Next slide, please. This is a couple of more views of the front facade, changing the colors of the exterior of the building, and the back, the rear, cleaning the rear of the building. Next slide. This is the existing floor plan, and we can just go straight to the next slide, please. Next one. So the property will get completely, on the inside, will get reconfigured as a single family just to merge the two levels. And as Irene and Tal said, making the office space on the Mensa area and a family room on the third floor. If we go to slide number 14, please. You can see that we're basically all the windows will get new windows. The bay windows will get larger windows, and that's what also the special permit you can see on the north bay window we need to is inside of the setback, so we need to request a special permit for those windows. And also on the back of the building, we're just cleaning all the little additions that were on the back and making just a full single two-story addition and aligning all the windows. And the next slide, you can see on the top that we have 4 windows on the north facade, and we're changing to only 1 window on the neighborhood facade. And on the south, that is outside of the scope of the special permit, we're just deleting 2 windows and just keeping 1 existing on the same location on the lower level. And then the addition of the Mensa roof, you can see that is below the 35 feet to the top of the structure. FAR is changing, but it's under the allowable FAR of the project. And that's any questions?
Questions from members of the
Brendan
board?
Sullivan, no questions, no.
Not hearing any from anyone else. I assume there are no questions. I have no questions. Anyway, let me go around the room. Andrea, do you have any questions at this point?
I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Jason?
Jason Marshall, no questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And Wendy?
Wendy Leiserson, no questions.
Good. Thank you. Chair has no questions as well. So I'll now open the matter up to public testimony. As indicated, there are letters of support in our file and no letters of opposition. Anyway, for the people who wish to speak, any members of the public who wish to speak should now click the icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen that says raise hand. If you're calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9 and unmute or mute by pressing *6. I'll take a moment to see if anyone wishes to speak. Apparently not. So I will close public testimony, and we can move on to the merits of the case. I want to propose to make a motion to grant the relief, and as we go around for the vote, if members have objections or want modifications, we can take it up at that point. So the chair moves we make the following findings with regard to the special permit that's being sought: that the requirements of the ordinance cannot be met unless we grant the special permit, that traffic generated or patterns of access or egress resulting from what is proposed will not cause congestion, hazard, or substantial change in established neighborhood character. As presented by the petitioners, all that's being done is to add some additional living space in the structure, and it does not impact, per the plans, does not impact neighboring properties or the neighborhood itself. Again, the continued operation or the development of adjacent uses as permitted in the zoning ordinance will not be adversely affected by the nature of what is proposed. And this, and evidence of this is the fact that there is no letters of opposition or persons who appeared tonight to oppose, and there are letters of support, that no nuisance or hazard will be created to the detriment of the health, safety, and/or welfare of the occupant of the proposed use or the citizens of the city. And I think the facts speak for themselves as to that. And that generally what is being proposed will not impair the integrity of the district or adjoining district or otherwise derogate the intent and purpose of this ordinance. So the basis of all these findings, the chair moves we grant the special permit being requested on the condition that the work proceed in accordance with plans prepared by Joe the architect, the cover page of which has been initialed by the chair. Brendan?
Brendan Sullivan, yes to granting the special permit.
Andrea?
Andrea Hickey, yes, I vote in favor of granting the special permit.
Jason?
Jason Marshall, yes, in favor of the special permit.
Wendy?
Wendy Leiserson, yes, in favor of the special permit.
And the chair will make it unanimous. Yes, as well. Special permit granted. Thank you.
Could I request a 5-minute break?
Okay, let's see what time it is. It is 8:36. Why don't we resume at, let's make it 8:45.
Right, thank you.
So we'll take a brief recess until 8:45. A lot of new members, not bashful, but asking questions. Wendy, it's good. I've already told Maria that probably, assuming we have the case in August, we only have one on the calendar, I probably will not be able to be here for that meeting.
The second one in August?
Say it again?
The second?
There's only one case in August.
Oh, in August?
Yeah.
Is it?
Maria's always been able to get rid of, we used to have two, and she'd always would get rid of the second one, because that was a tough one to get people for.
So the middle of the month, is it?
Yeah, like 18th, 19th,
Yeah.
yeah, but the third week. I may be able to go, but I'm not sure, so I wanted to give her and you a heads up. Whenever you're ready, take your time.
Yeah, everyone's.
You all set? Okay, the chair will now reconvene this meeting, our brief recess being over. And the chair will now call case number 118194, 86 Otis Street. Anyone here wishing to be heard on this matter?
Yes. Hello, good evening. My name's Natalie Anson. I am a senior project manager at the Cambridge Housing Authority. I'm here today with my colleague Claire Frayden, who is the Deputy Director of the Cambridge Planning and Development Department at the Cambridge Housing Authority, Hannah Kilson, our counsel from Nolan Sheehan Patton, and Ben Wilson, who's representing the architectural team BH+A. We wanted to thank you for inviting us to present the CHA's request to amend the existing variance at Putnam School Apartments, which is located on 86 Otis Street. Given time, I will run through this presentation quickly and give a slightly shorter presentation than I had planned. So Putnam School Apartments is a historic schoolhouse in East Cambridge. The CHA received a variance from the Board of Zoning Appeals in 1981 to convert this building into 27 deeply affordable dwelling units for seniors and disabled residents, and also to limit the parking spaces to 2 spaces. The property now needs to be comprehensively renovated, which leads us to request an amendment to the existing variance on the basis that the grounds for hardship that we received as part of the initial variance still remain. Next slide. Thank you. So the first request that we have is to increase the FAR for the property from 2.21 to 2.34. What this would allow us to do is to repurpose a portion of the basement that's currently used as maintenance and mechanical space into a large community room for residents, as well as the management office and for a laundry room. Currently, the property has a lot of small, underutilized common spaces that are scattered throughout the building. One of the goals of the renovations is to consolidate those and create a larger space in the basement that can accommodate all of the residents when they need to get together, while still keeping one of the smaller social rooms on the first floor. Next slide, please. The basement used to be used for classroom space and has tall ceilings, natural light, and we think that this is a great way to improve a resident quality of life without having to expand the footprint of the building. Next slide. The second request is to decrease the lot area per dwelling unit from 536 square feet to 425 square feet. And this is because we are increasing the dwelling units from 27 existing dwelling units to 34 dwelling units. It's important to note that while it is an increase in 7 dwelling units, it only results in a small increase in bedrooms. Only 3 additional bedrooms will be created on site. And thus, we don't think this will lead to significant increase in congestion in the area. Part of the increase in dwelling units is, and the decrease in the lot area per dwelling unit is what we're looking at right here is the 4th floor existing congregate units where there are, you can see on the left, there are 3 units. These 3 units serve 9 residents. The 9 residents are split up into groups of 3 that have their individual bedrooms but share living facilities. These have been extremely hard to lease and to maintain as occupied, and therefore they represent a financial hardship for the property. COVID has also made it more urgent, the need for us to provide separate living spaces for residents where possible. What you see on the right of the slide is what we're proposing. So we're proposing to take those 3 dwelling units and instead create 8 separate units. Next slide, please. And what you can see on this slide here is that the bedroom count for the 4th floor before and after does not change. It was 9 bedrooms before and it would be 9 bedrooms after. Next slide. What you can see on this floor is it's the 3rd floor. Because we're consolidating the community space in the basement, there's an opportunity to add an additional affordable unit on this floor, a 1-bedroom, next slide, which increases the bedroom count here by 1. Next slide, please. On the 2nd floor, we're proposing to take the former space of the management office, which will now be moved into the basement to create an additional 1-bedroom unit. Next slide. And what this does on this floor here, we're seeing an increase of 2 bedrooms. Part of that is the additional unit on this floor, and then there's a smaller social room in the back that's underutilized, which we're proposing to include in a 1-bedroom in order to expand it into a 2-bedroom. Next slide. So I just wanted to, before I move on to the long-term bike parking, just highlight again that here's an opportunity to add affordable housing to the site, and we can do so without having to increase congestion in the area because of the limited increase in bedroom count. So what we have on this slide is our third request, which is around long-term bike parking. We are requesting to decrease the required long-term bike parking spaces from 35 that's required to 12 spaces. These will be provided as part of the community basement space. And we're requesting to keep it at 12 because there's not significant demand for bicycle parking among our residents, and providing any more bicycle parking, given the limitations on the site, would impinge on the community space that we can provide both indoor and outdoor. And we're able to provide the 4 short-term bicycle parking spaces. Next slide. Our last request is related to car parking. So this slide here shows what's currently existing at the property. Our variance for Putnam School limited car parking to 2 vehicle spaces, which are shown as the little red rectangles, one off of Otis Street and one off of Shirapa Street. What you can also see is there's a small open space at the back of the site and a large asphalt driveway off of Otis. One item that we'd like to confirm as part of this presentation is whether our initial variance included dimensional relief as it relates to setbacks. Setbacks from the building for the car parking spaces, the 10-foot setback from Putnam School and the 5-foot setback from our neighbors, because it's not possible to provide 2 parking spots without requiring some relief from that, and the records are not clear. Next slide. So one of the goals of this renovation is to increase valuable outdoor space for residents, and that's what you can see here. There's a number of different seating areas for larger groups, medium-sized groups, individuals to be able to enjoy the outdoor area at the same time. We're also building out an accessible ramp at the back in order to increase access to the backyard space. And what this represents here is when we put together the application for Putnam School to amend the existing variance, we proposed keeping the parking space at 2 and having it located off of Shirapa Street. Part of that was so that we could preserve the open space for resident use. And we also, the 3 little white rectangles that you see at the front is the transformer that we have to put underground. And it needs to be easily accessible for the utilities. As we were preparing for our presentation today, we were made aware that given their location in the back, if there are 2 cars parked together, there's an emergency exit from the back of the building for residents. There were some life safety concerns around maintaining access between that emergency exit and Shirapa Street. Next slide. So we looked at alternative ways of dealing with that issue in order to address this life safety issue. One of the proposals was to stagger the 2 parking spaces in the back, which is what you can see here. On plan, you can see that there would be access for residents, but one of the concerns came up if in reality, sometimes cars may not park precisely where they need to be within their designated parking spots. Next slide. So what we'd like to do is to amend our variance or amendment to our variance request to lower the parking space to just one spot that we can provide off of Shirarapa Street. There are multiple reasons for requesting that. One is that providing the additional 7 spaces at Putnam School Apartments would severely limit the amount of recreational space outdoors that's available to residents, and that's because of the placement of the building and the constraint of the site. There's also, we did a parking study where we went out to the site in mornings and evenings around like a 4-block radius. And what we found was that there was roughly 15 to 16 parking spots in the morning and the evenings that were available on the street. What this plan also shows is that by extending the landscaping and the outdoor recreational space for residents, we can get rid of a curb cut that's in front of the building, thus creating an additional on-street parking space. And this plan here, with only one spot, we would only need dimensional relief in terms of setback from Putnam School for 10 feet. We would be able to meet the required 5-foot setback from our neighbors on Shirarapa Street. So that concludes our presentation. We'd love to discuss any questions, and we thank you very much for your time.
And thank you for the complete presentation. Brendan, any questions?
No, I have not. Brendan Sullivan, I have no questions.
Andrea?
I have no questions, thank you.
Jason?
Jason Marshall, I have no questions at this time.
Wendy?
Wendy Leiserson, no questions.
And the chair has no questions as well. So I'll open the matter up to public testimony. We have, I think, just one letter of support, and it's the only correspondence that's in our files. So let me move on to the ability of the public to weigh in if they wish. Any members of the public who wish to speak should now click the icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen that says raise hand. If you're calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9 and unmute or mute by pressing *6. We'll take a moment to see if anyone's calling in. We do have a call.
Yes, Glenna. Glenna, you may speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can hear you now. We could hear you before.
Okay. I had questions.
Name and address?
What?
Can you give your name and address, please?
Yeah. Can people talk up a little bit more? It's hard to hear. If they can, without yelling. I live on the premises at 86 Otis. And my name is
last name?
Wyman. Okay?
Can you repeat your last name, Glenna?
Yeah, Wyman, W-Y-M-A-N.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So I had a number of questions for the petitioners. We did get, thank you to Natalie, we did get plans and the submission to the zoning board. But I had actually kind of missed some of this, I guess. So one question is, where is that classroom space that was depicted? And who is that for? And number two, is the laundry space, or does the laundry space as proposed involve any additional washers and dryers? We currently have a washer dryer, stackable washer and dryer on the second floor and on the first floor for the entire building. And it's unclear whether or not they will be utilizing that ability to stack at least some of the machines to enhance the number of machines available to the tenants. And it's beautiful in the back, the trees in the back and the foliage. And curious about whether that will change. And that one parking spot that will be the only spot, who is that for? Is that envisioned that that's for a tenant? Because right now, no tenants are allowed to park on any of the spots that exist.
Petitioner, you want to respond to those questions?
Yes, thanks, Glenna, for your question. So starting off with the classroom space question. So the basement space used to be used for classrooms back when the building was a schoolhouse. It has not been used as classroom space since we converted the building into housing. It's been used as mechanical and maintenance space. And so we're building out, and the classroom space was essentially to the historic classroom space was to my understanding was that it was to the front of the buildings on either side, on both left and right. So the ceilings are really tall, there's windows for natural light. And the idea is to use that space to build out what we're referring to as essentially community suite. You have your community room, which is large enough to host everyone at the building and has a little kitchen area, centralized laundry room, the bike parking storage, bathroom facilities, as well as the management office. So that's the first question. In terms of the
may I interrupt? I didn't get an answer about, you showed classroom space in one of the, drawings. Where is that classroom space going to be in the basement there?
So there will be no classroom space in the basement. It will just be a community room for resident use.
So what was the drawing about that showed a classroom space?
It may have been a reference to the original use of the basement space.
Can we go to slide 3? Is this the page you're referring to, Glenna? The view on the right-hand side is a rendering of how we picture the community room to look. So you will enter in right off of the lobby, either down the stairs that will be opened up or down the elevator. And then there will be the kitchenette that's shown on the right, some seating, and then you can see the large windows towards the top of the building. So right next to the entrance, either down the stairs or down the elevator.
Okay, so those tables with, round tables with chairs is not, that is not classroom space.
No.
Yeah, that's correct. That is the basement's community space that will be created as part of this renovation.
Okay, it was a little confusing because then there's this other drawing with a big giant pool table and other furnishings that don't look anything like the tables and the round tables and the chairs, and they don't seem to be the same space.
So I'm sorry for the that it was not clear to follow. We wanted to include, so what we're showing here is on the right, you see the rendering of the proposed basement space. And then on the left, it's just images to give a sense of the feel. Ultimately, we haven't decided on the furnishing yet. It's just to give a sense of the scale of the space and that there could be different uses that would be possible down there.
Okay, so the drawing with the green walls and the or some kind of a virtual picture and the drawing with the round tables, that those are supposed to be the same space?
Those are just two examples of the type of space that might be created, or the feel of the space. If we could go to the second slide. What this is showing on the right side is essentially the community room. That's the plan for what we're proposing.
On the right side?
Yes, so where it says proposed basement.
Excuse me if I can interject here. Those questions are relevant, are very important, I understand, to residents of the building, but they're not relevant to the zoning issues before us tonight. These are things you should take up with the powers that be with regard to the work, assuming we grant the variance. But
it seemed like they were relevant since presentations were made about these uses of the building. It seemed like it is relevant, but pardon me.
All right, could you move on? Also, as I indicated at the outset of the hearing, people would only have 3 minutes to speak. And I suspect you're getting very close to the end of the 3
Okay,
minutes.
well, then give me my time. Will any trees be removed from the outdoor space that's being expanded or that currently exists?
So if we go to the slide that shows the parking plan with the outdoor space, I think it's the next one. Yeah, it could be 12, 13, or 14. Thank you. So we are having to remove a tree to build the handicap accessible ramp in the back of the property. We think that that handicap accessible ramp will really help to increase access to the back area. At the start of the renovation project in January of 2020, we had resident meetings and also a resident survey. And one of the concerns around being able to use the outdoor space was ensuring that there's good access to it for residents, that you don't have to just exit the building from the front, then walk down Otis Street and then be able to access it from that side. And this tree that's being replaced, we're replacing with 4 other trees as part of the landscaping plan.
And where is that tree currently?
It's let me see if I get it right. It's where you see the ramp at the back of the lot and where those steps are going down. So we looked at different designs that might be able to not have, we could be able to keep the tree, but this was the only way for us to be able to meet the required slope for a handicap accessible ramp.
So I'm sorry, I couldn't quite tell where you were saying, or at all tell where the ramp is and where the tree is.
So as we're zooming in right now, in the back, you see what looks like little beige squares going down. That is essentially the ramp. And so towards the middle of that ramp is roughly where the tree is.
And, do you have to get a permit from the city of Cambridge to remove that tree, or have you sought it already?
Because this is affordable housing, my understanding is that we are exempt from the tree ordinance.
How tall is that tree?
Excuse me, ma'am. Again, you're talking about issues that are not relevant to what is before us tonight. The trees.
Well, none of this stuff was presented to me. I was moved over here. I may have a right to return, and this is the only opportunity I have to ask these questions. And again, all of these things seem to have been relevant because they were mentioned in the course of presenting this proposal to the board tonight.
You have opportunity to ask questions before the hearing tonight. These plans have been on file at least for 3 or 4 days. I am sure that the city officials would have responded to your questions, and we have a long agenda tonight, and I don't want to spend time talking about whether trees are going to be removed. That's not relevant. It's relevant to the city. It's not relevant to this board.
Okay, so I'm not sure if the question was answered about who that one solitary parking spot is for.
That's
Is
not
that
relevant.
To ask about?
I don't want to get into that. Who gets that parking space is not an issue before us tonight. It's not a zoning issue.
It just kind of seems like if I were a property owner, you wouldn't be being so.
No, that's not
cautious in
true.
My questioning.
That's not true. If you were a property owner, if you're here, you listen to the earlier cases, we look at driveways, we look at how the parking is going to work out. We don't get into who will get the parking space. And that's the question you want to have answered.
Well, usually parking spaces are discussed with regard to residents, and being a resident and us having been excluded from any parking on the premises, notwithstanding that parking is listed as available on the CHA website, it does seem like a relevant question. And I've heard people talking in the earlier proceedings tonight about idling cars and whatnot. I'm just not sure why you're drawing the line this way, sir, with all due respect.
All right, can you conclude your remarks, please, so we can move
I
on?
guess I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Cecilia?
Yeah, there was. Phone number ending 8311. Please speak.
Hello, this is Heather Hoffman, 213 Hurley Street. I have a question that I think is relevant.
Go ahead, Heather.
What we see on screen is the left side of the building. It appears that all of those apartments are getting rejiggered around in order to make space for the new apartment. And I was wondering if people are getting displaced for that.
A fair question.
Whether there's room to move them around.
A fair question. Can the petitioner respond to that question?
Yes, so you're correct that in order to be able to add the additional units on the second and third floor, what we've had to do is essentially modify the units to the left of them in order to make sure that that unit that's added it's a 1-bedroom, and that the remaining units are adequately sized and have, they're still 1-bedrooms. And so residents have a right to return to those units. They will remain 1-bedrooms. There is the one exception where a 1-bedroom is being expanded to a 2-bedroom by adding the community or the small little social lounge that's in the back of on the second floor. In that case, if the resident does not need a 2-bedroom, we would offer them another 1-bedroom at the property.
So but as I asked if those people would be displaced, and apparently they will be, do you have places lined up for them to be displaced to? Since I know that the work that's being done at the Truman Apartments, also in East Cambridge, a couple blocks away, displaced a fair number of people. So I just wanted to make sure that the people who live in these buildings are going to have somewhere to lay their heads at night indoors.
So it sounds like the question is about relocation during construction. So all residents, we have a relocation team at the Cambridge Housing Authority that works on a 1-to-1 basis with residents. So it's relocation and not displacement. Everyone has a unit that they're provided as a relocation unit. They also have the right to return to Putnam School after construction is complete. And there's also, so as part of the relocation too, we take into consideration people's desire to stay in East Cambridge and the neighborhood that they're part of. So we have been providing opportunities for residents to relocate to Millers River, which is just really just around the corner from Truman and very close to Putnam School as well.
Okay. And I do have a question about the reduction in parking spaces that I think is, again, relevant because this is for elderly residents, correct? This
Yes.
building? Yeah,
Yes.
because I walk by it all the time, and the people hanging out on the benches that I say hello to are generally not younger than I am. So, are there outside services coming in to serve the people who live here?
So we do have a tenant relocation, not tenant relocation, my
No,
apologies.
that wasn't the question.
Yeah.
No, this is what I know from talking to people who have taken care of elderly parents and such is that there are lots of people who provide services. And what I figured was most likely was that the existing 2 spaces probably are used for that. And so is that correct? And if so, is reducing the number of parking spaces to 1 going to make it difficult for the elderly people who live in this building to get the services that they need?
So my apologies earlier, I just slipped up. So yes, it is true that residents have home health aides. There's also a tenant services coordinator who comes to the space. And the intention is for after construction, that 1 parking space that's in the back would be open to parking for people who are coming to visit and helping residents. There's also at the front of the building on Otis Street, that's all handicap accessible parking.
Okay, I just want to make sure that this being a building specifically for elderly people, that, you know, you're doing these various things for the laudable purpose of housing more people, that they will not be harmed by it, which I do think is relevant to what you're asking the board to do. I think that is, you're asking the board to cut in half the number of spaces for aides and other people providing services to the specific population that this building is designed for, and you're putting more people in the building. And I just wanted to make sure that when the board makes its decision, they're satisfied that the building will still be able to fulfill the function that it's supposed to fulfill, and that it gets various exemptions from the zoning or from various ordinances for. So that was my question.
Okay, good.
And other than that, I don't think I have any other questions.
Thank you, Heather.
So I would just, in response to that, thank you for your question. So we've only had 2 spaces at this property since it converted into elderly disabled housing. We don't foresee it being a problem to reduce it to 1 space. There's ample on-street parking that's available. And we did do a resident survey at the start of the renovations. And no one had mentioned parking as a main concern. It's not something that comes up in conversation either when I've talked to residents one-on-one about the design for the property and the changes that are being made.
Okay. We have no one else wishes to speak, so I'm going to close public testimony. And let's move on to the merits of the case. Discussion, I can make a motion, and we can have discussion in the context of the motion. Motion would be to approve, or to grant the relief that's being requested. Anybody, any members of the board have any views how you want to proceed?
Brendan Sullivan, I would proceed with I have no further questions. I have read their presentation, their supporting statements in the file. I agree with their rationale for the reconfiguration of the building, and really, there was a net add of only 3 bedrooms after all of this work is said and done, and I think it's a total benefit to the community. So I would support the motion to grant the variance.
Okay. Well, other members, do you want me to make a motion to grant the variance, and then we can have discussion?
Mr. Chair, this is Andrea Hickey speaking. With your permission, I'd like to ask 2 quick questions before you make your motion. Would that be okay?
Go ahead, Andrea.
Thank you. So it's still not clear to me with respect to the parking, sort of who has been using the 2 spaces that are there now and who will be using the 1 space if that's what we allow. So is it an employee of the building that gets to park there, or is it home health aides and folks? And how is that parking used and scheduled so that it's fair for everyone?
Thank you for that question. So currently, the parking space has been limited to just staff, and we are proposing to change that as part of the renovation. Once we're done with it, that parking space will be available to anyone working as part or living in the development on a first come, first served basis.
Will there be like a sign-up sheet in advance, or how will that work so that it's fair?
So I think what we were thinking was that we would try to limit long-term parking at the space so that it's not someone parks their car there and it stays for weeks. There would be a limit on the amount of time that you could have your car parked there. Maybe that's 24 hours. But that in order to allow that flexibility, if it needs to be used by home health aides or anyone else who's coming to visit the building, it would essentially be if there's a spot that's available, then you can park there.
I would hope that the priorities for those 2 parking spaces should be home health aides or any people providing services to the residents. The staff should be last on the list, in my view.
I agree, and that was my concern and why I asked the question. I do think if we're being asked to reduce the 2 spaces to 1 space, that we want to be sure that the use of that space is sort of equitable and that it most benefits the residents. And, I would say that someone like a home health aide or someone dropping off groceries, that is sort of more beneficial than having an employee with a dedicated parking space. So
obviously, I agree with that. And when I make my motion or our motion to grant the variance, I'm going to impose a condition. I'm going to suggest we have a condition, just as you described, Andrea. The staff gets last on the list. These 2 spaces, the priority for those is people providing relevant services or essential services to the occupants of the structure.
Right, Ms. Jansen, correct me if I'm wrong, but it really is only 1 space if we approve what you're proposing.
Then it'll be the 1 space. Whatever parking spaces will result if after the project is changed per a vote we take tonight, that space or spaces will have priority for people providing services, essential services, to the residents of the structure.
And not sort of employees of...
And not for the employees, absolutely right.
Right. And my second question really is not zoning related, it's more curiosity. Are the residents that live there now that are being temporarily displaced for construction, are they being assisted with moving expenses and logistics?
Yes. So as part of the renovation project, we started off with a series of resident meetings, 4 of them just related to relocation. where we worked together on residents who needed to be relocated during construction to develop a plan that set all policies, basically clarified all policies with us, our responsibilities to residents as it comes to relocation. And part of that is paying for all moving expenses, also providing moving assistance to residents. So if that's needing help to move belongings to one apartment to another, we can hire a moving company to do that. If you need packing help, we can provide assistance with that. Also providing all material that's necessary for relocation and making sure that the right material is being provided, because everyone has different items in their home that needs to be moved. If something doesn't fit into your relocation unit while you're being relocated, then we provide storage facilities. And we also provide all of these services when people are moving back from their relocation unit to.
Thank you. That answers my question, and I apologize for going a bit off the script here. I was just curious about that. Thank you, Ms. Jansen. Mr. Chair, I have nothing further.
And I take it you're in favor.
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Jason.
Mr. Chair, this is Wendy Lyserson. May I also ask just a quick question?
Go ahead.
Ms. Jansen, could you just give me a picture? It's related to the parking. I believe you said that you were going to add another on-street space in front of the building by getting rid of an existing curb cut. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I know you mentioned there were several handicap spaces in front of the building. Are there any short-term, like 15-minute dropping off spaces, or are there any passenger loading spaces in the building?
Not around the building, no.
I see. So is there a safe spot next to the building where residents can board and unboard from transportation services?
Yeah, so typically what we've had, people have been onboarding and offboarding in front of the building, often where the curb cut is, but we can request such a specific spot for like short-term or unloading, offloading from the city. We think that that's a great idea.
Okay, and then, well, I think I'll pass on the next question. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason, I don't think we've heard from you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Jansen, I appreciate the way that you've responded to many questions here tonight. I like your approach. And just going back to Ms. Wyman's questions, I know some of them might not be within the scope of what we're discussing here, but I would hope that you or someone else on staff will follow up with her. One question related to the condition it sounds like we're considering with respect to parking. Very familiar with CHA, having grown up here. And by the way, I do appreciate all your efforts in expanding affordable housing stock, including this one. While I'm familiar with CHA, I don't know exactly everybody within your organization. Do you have medical staff that are employees of CHA, or others that may provide essential services like we were discussing earlier?
You want me to speak to this, Natalie?
Yes, that sounds great.
So we actually just acquired a service coordinator company as part of the Cambridge Housing Authority. So we've mentioned that there's a service coordinator who works with residents at Putnam School. They used to be employed by a company called CASCAP that was breaking up. And so the CHA actually has now hired on these CASCAP employees as CHA employees in an effort to expand our services that we provide residents. In addition, at Manning Apartments in Central Square, we have a partnership with BMC, the Boston Medical Center, and the Cambridge Health Alliance to provide an on-site nurse and community health worker. It's a pilot program that is wrapping up in the next few months, next March, and we're really looking to expand it so that we can actually get more health-specific services as opposed to more home health aides, which is what our service coordinators provide right now.
Are those CHA employees, or are these third parties that you contract with to provide services?
So the service coordinators, the first group of people I was talking about, are now CHA employees as of just a couple of months ago. The second group I talked about, where the program, the partnership, we're looking to expand, are employees of the Cambridge Health Alliance and Boston Medical Center, but they are housed at Manning Apartments. They're actually housed in a house. And so we are looking to expand that throughout our elderly and disabled portfolio.
Okay. That's helpful. I mean, what I'm getting at is I would just want to make sure that the motion doesn't exclude an individual providing services just because they're an employee of CHA. So I think the spirit of the motion sounds like it's more ensuring that it's not an administrative staff that's using what seems to be a really critical parking space. So your responses were helpful. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Thank you, Jason. I'll try to capture that thought when we get to making the formal motion. We started with a motion, but I think we've moved into other territories. So I think it's necessary to recap and take a vote on a new motion or a revised motion, if you will. Wendy, I think you've spoken. Do you have something more you want to say?
Only that I agree with what Jason said, that I hope that not only will there be communications about transition services, but that the residents will understand and be on board with this beautiful new design of their space in their home. So I hope that will also be part of the communications with the residents.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to make a motion now, should I say a revised motion, to grant the variance with conditions that that we've spoken about, and see if anyone has any comments. So the chair moves that we make the following findings: that a literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would involve a substantial hardship. That hardship really flows from the fact that this building was not built as a healthcare facility. It was built as a schoolhouse. And so it's been modified over the years to go from a schoolhouse to a healthcare facility, and there's a constant need to upgrade and modify the structure, and with the result that further zoning relief is always on the horizon. That the hardship is owing to the fact that I've just identified, namely that we're talking about a school building that's has been and will continue to be converted to health care for the elderly, and that relief may be granted without substantial detriment to the public good, or nullifying or substantially derogating from the intent or purpose of this ordinance. And again, it's clear that there's no I believe anyway, there's no substantial detriment to the public good, but in fact what is being proposed is an improvement to the public good or to further the interests of the public good. So on the basis of these findings, or these, the chair moves we grant the variance requested subject to the following conditions. One, that the work proceed in accordance with plans prepared by Bargmann, B-A-R-G-M-A-N-N, Hendry, H-E-N-D-R-I-E, and Archetype, A-R-C-H-E-T-Y-P. Second, that any parking spaces on the premises, now or hereafter, shall be used primarily and a priority being given to persons, home health care aides, or the like, providing services to the residents of the building, and not to employees who are just who service the building. This is a need for the occupants. They are the primary beneficiaries of what is will be done, and I don't want to have the parking disrupt that or undermine that. Any other conditions that members of the board want besides those?
No.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to clarify for the record that the use of the building really is for housing, not primarily healthcare, just to clarify.
Fine, thank you. And that'll be part of that clarification will be incorporated into the relief that's being granted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, Brendan, how do you vote?
Brendan Sullivan, yes to granting the variance.
Andrea?
Andrea Hickey, yes, in favor of granting the variance.
Jason,
Jason Marshall, yes, in favor of the variance.
Wendy,
Wendy Leisterson, yes, in favor of the variance.
and the chair votes yes in favor of the variance as well. Variance is granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much
You're welcome.
for your time and for your support.
Hubbard Ave. Okay. You need any more time? The chair will now call case number 119365, 39 Hubbard Avenue. Anyone here wishing to be heard on this matter?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Saeem Khan. I'm the architect for 39 Hubbard Avenue.
Okay, the floor is yours. I must comment, by the way, at the outset, that your plans are, shall we say, scant.
Scant? Okay. Well, the project is quite simple. It's right now, currently, it's an existing deck on top of a kitchen addition for the single-family house, and it right now it is 172 square feet. That is it's a covered structure, and the rest is open. So the project is to remove the existing structure that's there right now, and to build a something that's more usable, a three-season porch, which something that's much more structurally stable and much more usable for the owners of the house. So that's, and the reason that we are asking for a special permit is because currently the existing building that was there is non-conforming, and so this additional square footage requires us to go for a permit.
Could you go to the slides that show the impact, the changes to the structure and relevant to the, also, that's it, good, thank you.
So this is what we are looking at currently is the existing structure.
Okay. Have you spoken to have you or your client spoken to neighbors?
Yes, we have some letters of support, and I believe there is also a neighbor today that is present in this meeting in support.
Have you any letters of opposition? Because our files are pretty scarce. Maybe they didn't get in the file yet, but I don't see any letters here.
No.
Well, I take it back. No, there's a letter. We have one letter that's sort of questioning about what's going on, and I'll read it into the file. The architect, S. Khan, has not provided data relating to the structural integrity of the proposed roof deck or the testing of his ideas. In particular, his design does not allow access for snow removal, which becomes hazardous in heavy snow or high wind conditions. I also believe the structure should have independent footing and not be supported or anchored to the framing of the kitchen. I have not seen a covered deck in this area as the one proposed. Finally, the architect has never discussed these matters with me, only briefly with my wife, who is a medical doctor. Do you have any comments in response to that letter?
In regards to the structural integrity, we have structural drawings that has been stamped and designed and calculated by a certified structural engineer, very experienced structural engineer. So that has been already submitted to the inspectional department. So,
how do I get on video?
so in regards to the structural question, we are covered. That has been designed, and that hasn't been included in this presentation because I was aware that you need to look at structural drawings.
If you say you have these letters of support, why don't we have them in our files?
I don't know. I have submitted all the letters of support.
Where are they?
There was 2 letters of support that neighbors have provided that I have scanned, and that should be in the record. So I'm looking at the website right now, the letters of support, and letters of support right there, uploaded May 05, 2021.
Anything else you want to add? I ask the members of our board if they have any questions or comments.
Speak. I think you're unmuted. Can I go ahead and say? Yeah. Hello, can I speak?
May.
Hello.
If you identify who you are.
I am Tony Gibson, who is who has authorized the architect to design this porch for me. And the letter that you got came from my husband, who is 87 years old, and I am 75. He, at this point in his life, is very reticent to change and had not wanted any part of my, having this porch done. It means a lot to me. And at this point, now he's, gotten upset and decided that I think he's just trying to find something to keep this from happening. But I feel like it's a family dispute. It's a dispute between the two of us. And, the porch, I just want the zoning board to address the issues that were raised. And it's very difficult for me to talk to him right now.
Please, we do a lot of things on the zoning board, but we don't get involved in marital disputes.
I understand that, but his letter was done on purpose to try to stop me from having the screen porch, which means the world to me.
The problem, so ma'am, the problem I have, and probably just me, is that the presentation, the plans are inadequate. They're not the detail that we're used to getting. Other architects have supplied to us, including many of the cases we've heard tonight. It makes it difficult for us to reach a decision, or maybe I should be more precise. It makes it difficult for me to reach a decision.
What is missing? I mean, you don't see the final.
Well, I don't know what's on the screen.
That's all. Okay. What?
I'm sorry, that's the only one sheet. I mean, why, I have provided, the drawings that you're only looking at one sheet.
Will it go?
There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sheets there.
Is that enough for you?
Yeah, it's maybe okay for the building inspector. Yeah, I mean, that's because, this is Brendan Sullivan. I guess I've seen these before too, and there are enough dimensions on here. We have to pass this on, obviously, to inspectional services in the building department to approve for building code. And they rely upon us to produce and to hand off to them an adequate set of drawings that they can evaluate and then ultimately issue a permit on. They're basic, but they also have the basic information in them, I guess, for that. So I would be okay with them.
Andrea, you have any comments at this point?
Well, I'm okay with the plans. I can understand enough of what is being requested here, but as I read the request, it's by both owners of this home, and it now sounds as if only one of those folks is a petitioner. So I don't know logistically whether there's an issue there.
Well, one may have standing.
What? No. Oh, well, no, I did not include his name when I signed, got things notarized, because I was the one who was getting this porch done. And I have asked nothing of my husband to do it.
I just see on our list of cases tonight, I see Frank and Tony Gibson listed as the petitioner, so.
I think that's because both of our names are on the deed, and that was the way it had to be written. And I didn't approve that. It was just the way it was typed up. I don't know.
It appears that domestic tranquility is at stake here, but anyhow.
Mr. Chair, I only raised that question because I'm not sure logistically whether we need both owners to be on board with the petition. Sort of, what is the status of one owner being our sort of sole objector? I'll leave that to you, Mr. Chair. It's a little unclear to me what that means.
Where's my place? I don't know.
This is Jason Marshall. I think Andrea, it's a interesting question. Legally, though, I think we still have an active petition before us. I don't think it's been withdrawn, even by virtue of an email that maybe raises concerns. And as bizarre as it is from a co-petitioner, the petition is still active as far as I would understand it to be. Could I bring the discussion maybe to a different place, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Cynthia, could you go to page 4, the dimensional information, please? So, I guess this probably is a question for Mr. Khan. Are you still on?
I'm still here.
Okay. So it looks to me like, so you're increasing the gross floor area, but you're still under the max, right?
Yes.
Is that correct? In other words, you're not creating a new nonconformity here, right?
No.
And if I'm reading this right, it looks like you're taking what was a left side setback that was in violation, was existing nonconforming of 2.8, and now you're making it conforming at 7.5. Is that right?
So the structure that is in the back where the kitchen is right now, that is conforming.
By virtue of the new project, you will make something that was non-conforming conforming?
Yes, it is. Yes, it will be conforming.
And is there anything that you're doing that will increase a non-conforming element of the property?
No.
So this is why I wanted to highlight this page and this discussion. To me, this is a really good example of, I think, a case where a homeowner of a single family house under the Belalta decision can, as of right, make this change because they're not creating a new nonconformity. They're not increasing the intensity of an existing nonconformity. In my view, and it's just one member's view, I think the homeowner can do this as of right. I will support the special permit for the same reason. I think they meet the criteria with a lot of room to spare because they're not increasing the intensity of a nonconformity. They're not creating a new one. So I don't think this has to be before us. I think they have a right under state law to do it, but nonetheless, I would vote in favor. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Wendy, if
I know I've made similar comments before, but this is a good example, I think. Thank you.
I must say that I am mystified by the sheet with all the information, the dimensional information. You're going to take a building that has a total gross floor area of 2,590 feet and increase it to 2,926, which, maybe 350 feet roughly. Yet the FAR, which is now 0.75, is not changing. I don't understand how you can get there. If you're going to add more gross floor area, shouldn't your ratio change?
Mr. Chair, it's Andrea Hickey, if I could ask a question. If I could ask Mr. Khan, in his total gross floor area existing, are you including the porch as it exists now? Mr. Khan?
Yes, that was included.
It's included in the 2593?
Yes.
So what accounts for the requested condition of 2926? Where does that extra area get added on to?
So that is coming from give me just a second.
I'm trying to understand the question that the chairman raised, how the ratio stays the same when the GFA increases.
So what we're doing is we're adding 158 square feet that's being covered. So that's where the additional square footage is coming in.
So, Mr. Chair, I think that answers the question. I think the 2593 does not include the existing open porch. And perhaps it should, because if the GFA doesn't change, those numbers should be the same, correct?
I think that's right.
So I think there's an issue with the form. I don't think it's accurate.
No, they have got to be increasing the gross floor area by putting a roof over it. There's no roof there now. This is Brendan Sullivan, following along Andrea. There is no roof over the structure now. They are replacing it with a roof structure. Hence, the gross floor area has to increase, which means that the ratio has to increase.
Unless the base GFA is wrong and should be 2926.
The base, as in you're talking about the existing?
Yes.
No, no, that's not, because what's increasing the gross square footage is this additional, 150 square feet that we're covering.
So how is it that the ratio doesn't change?
If the first number, Brendan Sullivan, if the first number changes, then the third number has to change.
Has to.
Correct. And if the third number is correct as is, then the first number is incorrect.
And this, Jason Marshall, the first number is correct, but it's being pushed over. Now you're not in conformance with FAR, so you would then have to seek a variance. But I appreciate the chairman bringing that up.
Yeah, special permit. But I think he needs a variance.
Mr. Khan, are you able to explain how the ratio would stay the same if the existing and requested are different?
I don't know. I have to look at this. I mean, to be honest right now, no. At this very moment, I don't.
I hate to say this at this hour of the night, but I think this is a case that's ripe for continuance. You need to go back and review the dimensional form and give answers with detail to the questions that are being raised. I don't know what I'm voting on if the dimensional form is not correct. And you can't explain to me or to the other members of the board why it's not.
Mr. Chair, if I could also add, sort of adding to Jason Marshall's comments, it could also be that if you go back to inspectional services, they might tell you under Bell Alta that you don't need relief.
Right, and then you wouldn't have to spend your night with us seeking relief. The case is not in a proper form, in my judgment, for informed decision by this board. There are questions we've been raised. We haven't gotten any answers that I'm comfortable with. And I get a feeling that I'm not sure that petitioner understands what we need and what our concerns are. And as Jason's pointed out, you may not need relief at all. Go back to the building department and have a heart-to-heart with these form, and let's get the facts. And then come back before us, if you need to, with the facts. I don't feel I have the facts before me tonight to make a decision. So I'm going to abstain. I'm going to abstain from a decision. I'm not going to vote in favor of this because I don't know what I'm being voting in favor of.
And Mr. Chairman, Jason Marshall, I just want to clarify, my statements before were based on taking this form at face value, but given the discussion, I no longer have confidence in the numbers that are on this page.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to make a motion that we continue this case. It'll be a case heard. So the five of us will have to be on the, sit on the case at that time. Chair moves that we continue this case as a case heard, subject to the following conditions. One, that the petitioner sign a waiver of time for decision. That waiver must be signed no later than 5 p.m. a week from this Monday. If that's not done, then the case will automatically be dismissed. And the reason for the waiver of time for decision is state law requires us to reach a decision within a certain number of days, and we're not able to do that, in my view anyway, tonight. So it's a form that we use for for all our zoning cases. It's not controversial. So number one, you must sign, the petitioner must sign this waiver, which you can obtain from the building department no later than 5 p.m. a week from Monday. Two, to the extent that we set the new date, the posting sign that's there now must be revised to reflect the new date and, very importantly, the new time. Or you can get a new sign from the building department. And last, that to the extent that there are new information, plans, drawings, what have you, dimensional forms, they must be in our files no later than 5 p.m. on the Monday before the date of the continued hearing, which I haven't identified yet. What date's available, Cecilia?
I think it's going to be, the earliest would be September 2nd.
Don't we have the, on September 2nd, the 2072?
That's the September 9th.
September 9th, okay.
Mr. Chairman, Jason
Yes.
Marshall, just 1 second. As I shared with you before, I raised my hand to be
that's
here
right.
tonight. I have potentially conflicts on Thursday nights beginning in September, so I may not be able to participate in September. I could participate if this case was set for, I think, the end of July, if that's possible. Otherwise, I think you'd have 4 hearing this case.
Oh, boy.
Potentially.
Well, July 29th, we already have 3 cases.
You have 2 cases?
We have 3. I don't know
3.
if you want to add another.
I think, well, this is Brendan Sullivan. I think that once we get a corrected dimensional form, that it should move very quickly and not take up very much time. So I would opt for as quickly as
29th.
possible. Yeah.
The petitioner, are you available for July 29th?
Yes, sir.
And you can submit the information the additional information by 5 p.m. on the Monday before July 29.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I neglected to put this in the motion at the beginning. The case will be continued until, what do we continue these days, 6:30?
6 p.m.
6 p.m. Until 6 p.m. on July 29. And subject to the conditions I just recited, you must sign a waiver of time for decision by 5 p.m. A week from Monday. You must have revised additional information in our files no later than 5 p.m. on the Monday before July 29, and that the posting sign, or a posting sign, must be maintained for the 14 days prior to July 29, just as you've done for the hearing tonight. And that sign can be a new one, which is probably a good idea, or you can modify with a magic marker the sign that you have right now, provided that you change not only the date, but you must change the time. 6 p.m. All those in favor, Brian? Brendan, I'm sorry.
Brendan Sullivan, yes to the continuance.
Andrea?
Andrea Hickey, yes, in favor of the continuance.
Jason?
Jason Marshall, yes, in favor of the continuance.
Wendy?
Wendy Leiserson, yes, in favor of the continuance.
And the chair votes yes as well. Case is continued until July 29.
Oh, gosh, 786.
The chair will now call case number 117683, 1876 Massachusetts Avenue. Anyone here wishing to be heard on this matter? Hello?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, just 1 second. Hold on. Let me stay handy.
Where are we?
I don't know. He's there.
Hello? The petitioner here on the line?
You're muted.
You hear me right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So, my name is Fong Nguyen. I'm here to propose the seeking permission to continue the space at Yoi Saiwa for same capacity, no construction, just send to different DBA.
Yes? You're here seeking what the zoning ordinance calls a fast order food establishment.
Yes, yes.
Okay. There's currently, we approved one for the restaurant that was there. Is that restaurant going to continue? Are you going to add the juice bar as an added feature of the restaurant, or is this going to be a completely juice bar, nothing else?
Completely juice bar, not
Juice bar. No food will be served.
We have like acai bowl, we have smoothie, we have few like like the heated the burgers or sandwich. That's it. That's very simple menu, simple concept. It's no hood, no cooking equipment, no open flame.
Okay, now for a fast order food establishment, we have to make this board has to make various findings, most of which we made almost all of which we made when we approved the restaurant that's no longer going to be there. And I assume you're going to be able to satisfy them as well. your juice bar will not create traffic problems, reduce available parking, threaten the public safety in the streets or sidewalks, or encourage or produce double parking on the adjacent streets. Is that correct?
No, it's we gonna do mostly like delivery, online pickup. That's the mostly business I think of.
Okay.
Because it's not like dine-in, sit-down restaurant.
We're supposed to see the physical design, including the color and use of materials of the establishment, to be sure we find that it's compatible with and sensitive to the visual and physical characteristics of other buildings, public spaces, and uses in the particular location. I don't see anything in our files that deals with that. That's a,
It's stay the same. We stay the same. I already like send you the one existent. It's nothing gonna do. Just changing the side. That's it. The side already done. But like inside, we don't change anything. We keep the same color, same concept, same table and chair, everything the same.
what will the signage be like? You gonna have any signage on the? What signs are you gonna have on your premises to the public will see?
We already have the permit for that, and
Very nice if you shared it with us.
can you have any the sign? Can you hold on just a second? I will put up for you. Can you share the picture of the sign? Right. Everything inside gonna be stay the same. Nothing change because we just change the different concept. We change to different concept. We don't sell Pokeball anymore.
Well,
But
the signage out in front is going to change. Is
Yeah,
that
you
correct?
got it.
Yeah, sign in front gonna be changed.
Right,
Mr. Chair, this is Wendy Leiserson. May I ask a question?
Go ahead.
So I believe you have already changed the sign. Is that correct? You have a new sign now.
Yes, have a new sign now. Yes.
Is it the same sign just with different letters, or did you change the design of what you had?
We change to the design what we have. We already approved by the site department. The site company put a permit to do the site, and right now it's already off. It's already done.
And so you're already doing business?
No,
as-
we're not open yet. We just
Not open yet. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And if I could ask, this is Andrea Hickey, is the size of the sign the same even though the lettering is different?
The different name and different DBA, different. I can show you in 1 minute. So my partner helped me up to put up the picture up for you.
Okay, so community development has approved it.
Yes.
We don't have anything in our files from community development.
Yeah, they would only, this is Brennan Sullivan, they would only notify us if they required relief.
That's true. That's true.
So,
You're right.
Right, I think if the sign is similar to what was there before, then I don't think relief is required for that, as long as it's not bigger or lit up or something, or
right, yeah.
higher.
Height, yeah, right.
That's
so,
correct.
yeah.
Matter of fact, my memory is
Similar
correct.
to-
The sign that's
similar
there
to
now
type.
was not approved by our board. It was approved by community development, and that was it. So I think both of you are right, that if the signage has been approved by community development, there's no need for us to see it. If it's not approved, then you got a big problem because you're violating the zoning laws.
Yeah, it's approved by the community.
Okay.
It's approved by the community development. So I already work all through that process.
Okay.
Were you involved in the management of the other restaurant that you're replacing?
I'm sorry?
Were you, are you the owner? There was a restaurant there now, the Yoki Express.
Yes.
Are you part of that management team or ownership team?
Yes, I'm the owner and I'm the part owner and the management.
Okay, so you've been running a restaurant before at these premises, pursuant to a special permit we granted. You're just changing the nature of the product offering. You're now going to offer juices and no longer prepared food. Am I correct?
It's still the old menu is not there, but right now we change to different concept. We change to we do like juicery bar and a side bowl like smoothie bowl.
Yeah.
That's the concept right now.
Okay, is there any food? What about disposal of waste, garbage, or or whatever? Is there any issues? That was an issue before with the restaurant because of the nature of the building. Should we be concerned about that this time?
Yeah, we have a company we work with. They do the like at least like 4 or 5 times a week to do trash removal for us.
Where do you store your waste in waiting for your company to come pick it up?
We have like 4 or 5 of trash bin with the lid covered behind the building, behind the building and covered. And
Yeah, I know where they built behind the building. It's a very narrow alleyway between your building and I think it's a condo building right next door.
Right.
You have right to store your garbage there until someone picks it up?
Yes.
What did I say?
That's it.
I think the chair will make a move that we grant a fast order food establishment to the petitioner based upon the testimony that's been provided, namely as to the product offering, the nature of the signs, and the disposal of waste. I used the word garbage before. I should have used the word waste. What are you going to do about disposal, garbage, refuse facilities for people who've bought the juice, drunk it, and done with it? Are you going to have receptacles near the entrance of the restaurant?
Yes. We're gonna have a separate bin for that.
Inside the restaurant or outside?
Inside the restaurant.
Okay, so there will be no impact on the street.
No impact on the street.
Assuming people put the waste in the barrels inside the restaurant.
Right.
I think the chair moves that we grant the fast order food establishment requested by the petitioner on the basis mainly that the fact that what is being operated here is something we passed upon with regard to the prior restaurant, that the impact of this proposed juice bar will be much less on the community or the neighborhood than the restaurant before could have had. And I don't know more to add.
Brendan Sullivan, yes to granting the special permit.
Andrea?
Andrea Hickey, yes to granting the special permit.
Jason?
Jason Marshall, yes in favor of the special permit.
And Wendy?
Wendy Lyserson, yes in favor of the special
Okay,
permit.
and the chair votes yes as well. The special permit has been granted. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. The chair will now call case number 120105, 96 Foster Street.
We all set.
I'm sorry?
They're still on.
Let me repeat. The chair will now call case number 120105, 96 Foster Street.
All right. Yes, we're here, Mr. Chairman. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Sorry, it was the video sort of requeued when we were brought up. I'm here with Susanna Jacobus. I'm Philip Grader, who's representing her. I believe the architect is also on, as is the general contractor, John Clifford, and Philip Miller, the architect, in case there are any questions. If I should just begin, Mr. Chairman, this property, this board granted this prior owner of this property a special permit and a variance in 2017, which, if we can skip to the next slide, probably that one, which involved raising the building. None of that's at issue here. This is simply a minor modification to windows and the addition of a small dormer in place of 2 previously approved skylights. This elevation shows the currently permitted east and west faces of the property. And I would just, before we get to the part about what we're changing, on the left side of the screen, you'll see the recessed, slightly lower area. There's 4 skylights there. That's permitted. I believe 2 of them have been built, the 2 on the ends. And then if you look at the west elevation at the bottom, you'll see a single skylight, which is already permitted and is there. And if we could skip 2 slides ahead, this is the configuration of what we're proposing. And again, the reason we're doing this is because the face of that building is within the setback. But to be completely honest, the recessed rear area where most of what we're asking for is taking place is actually outside the setback line. So, because it's set back, that facade of the building is 9.7 feet from the property line. So what we're proposing doing is taking the two middle skylights and replacing them with a small dormer, raising the window level of that dormer up to match the other ones across that second floor. And then if you look at the west elevation at the bottom of the same page, adding another skylight next to the current one. And that's really it. And again, the only reason is because these essentially window changes are within the setback. It's our position that we don't need zoning relief for the dormer and the other windows because they're out. That facade is outside the setback, but nonetheless we're here because we weren't successful in seeking that with inspectional services. The dormer will be 5 foot 6 inches wide. It's not reflected on this plan, but that's the dimension, 5 foot 6 inches on the exterior. There is no increase to the FAR. There's no increase in square footage. There's sufficient height within the room. The dormer doesn't add any square footage to the property. The change here is minimal. Historic is certainly exempt from historic. The neighbor who's most closely, I would not even say affected, but who would see this area most closely, the one in the rear, has voiced his support. It's informally to my client, but it's certainly made representation. That's Jeff Cronin at 94 Foster Street has essentially voiced his support for this and supports what we're doing with the building here. Again, this is sort of the last step in making these changes to something that was permitted several years ago. In the interim, the property was sold, it had been gutted, sold, and then there was a foundation collapse in the middle that sort of delayed all this, which is why we're just now coming to the end, towards the end of construction. So, and as, yeah, unless there are any questions, I think this is hopefully a fairly straightforward issue.
I agree with you. It is a straightforward issue. The relief being, in my opinion, the relief being sort of very modest in nature with little, if any, impact on the city itself. But questions, Brendan?
Brendan Sullivan, no questions.
Andrea?
I have no questions, Mr. Chair.
Jason?
Jason Marshall, no questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, the chair ready in. Oh, I'm sorry, Wendy. Wendy. I apologize.
That's okay.
And the chair has no questions as well. So we'll open the matter up to public testimony. We have no letters in our file, I don't think. I'll just check briefly before I do open up the public testimony. No, apparently not. So, any members of the public who wish to speak should now click the icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen that says raise hand. If you're calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9 and unmute or mute by pressing *6. We'll take a moment to see if anyone is calling in. No calls. So public testimony has been closed. Ready for a vote?
Yes.
Okay. The chair moves that, we're looking for a special permit here. Let me just check. The chair moves that we make the following findings. That what the petitioner proposes to do cannot meet the requirements of our ordinance unless we grant the special permit. The traffic generated or patterns of access or egress resulting from what is proposed will not cause congestion, hazard, or substantial change in established neighborhood character. In fact, the facts speak for themselves. It is very modest modification to the skylights, and dormers, that the continued operation of or development of adjacent uses as permitted in the zoning ordinance will not be adversely affected by what is being proposed, that no nuisance or hazard will be created to the detriment of the health, safety, and/or welfare of the occupant of the proposed use or the citizens of the city, and generally what is proposed will not impair the integrity of the district or adjoining district or otherwise derogate from the intent and purpose of this ordinance. So on the basis of these findings, the chair moves we grant the special permit requested on the condition that the work proceed in accordance with plans prepared by American Doral, each one of which has been initialed by the chair. Brendan?
Brendan Sullivan, yes to granting the special permit.
Sir?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, one brief clarification. I believe Sisha brought this to our attention. The floor plan it's plan A100, it's the first of the drawings, actually was reflected a slightly different proposal earlier. And that document, it's this document. If you look at I just want to, just for clarity, since you're basing it on these plans, the only issue here is if you look at the bottom of the right-hand drawing, that shows the skylights on the opposite side, and we have a slightly up. It's so minor because they're not structured. We have one that essentially just reflects the skylights will be on the right side of that floor as opposed to the left side of that floor. And we could certainly submit that. We weren't aware of the discrepancy until Tuesday, so it was too late to submit this for this. But that the plan has been updated. But again, just for so that we're not tied to the plan that's actually in the file. We had the elevations accurately reflect what we're trying to do. And if you'll see where those two skylights are in the bottom thing, those essentially would be directly opposite on the other side of the room between with the window, which is the dormer.
Well,
So, just for clarity.
We have to, the building department will take action based upon the plans that we approve. So you're gonna have to walk me through and I'll modify the plans that are in our files. Here.
Certainly.
I'm pulling out the American Doral plan, A-100.
Correct, A-100.
And on the right hand, and I know what you're, look at my pen.
Right.
If I may,
On the right hand side, on the bottom of that.
The bottom of the second floor proposed plan, yes.
Right. How do you want to modify it?
Those two, where there's a V-shaped arrow where it shows two skylights next to two bookcases.
Okay.
Those essentially, those would not be there. Those would be on the opposite side of the room, on either side of the dormer.
Yeah.
One goes here, one goes
Yeah.
there.
Okay, I've modified the plans.
And
She is here, so she
actually
she'll know what's going on.
So it's consistent with the current plan.
Okay, the plans have been modified. Thank you for holding that to our attention.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you want to get a width for the dormer face?
Which?
The width of the dormer face? Read that into the record, the dimension of the dormer.
Oh, you mean to ask about the dormer? I assume that, well, we must have approved it the last time, but no. The dormer that you're proposing, does it comply with our dormer guidelines?
Yes. If you have a question, we can ask the architect specifically. Yeah, it does, and there's no increase to the floor area. It does not extend horizontally beyond the existing facade. It doesn't violate either the dimensional regulations or extend above the roof line in the front.
Okay. Thank you. That'll be part of our record. Brendan, you've already taken your vote, I think.
Brendan Sullivan, yes to granting the special permit.
Andrea?
Andrea Hickey, yes, in favor of granting the special permit.
Jason?
Jason Marshall, yes, in favor of the special permit.
And Wendy?
Wendy Liserson, yes, in favor of granting the special
Chair
permit.
votes yes as well. The special permit has been granted. Thank you. Okay, we're going to turn to our last case on the agenda. It's case number 117391, 20 Avon Hill Street. Anyone here wishing to be heard on this matter? Hello?
Phone number ending 4821.
Hold on. I have here. No, unmuted star 6.
Start. Oh,
I think they're having connection problems because they were on and now they've dropped off.
Well, I can't go ahead without them. It's star 9 is if that's how you raise your hand. But you unmute or mute by pressing star 6.
Maybe we should wait another minute.
I'll wait.
Just dropped off.
We've killed enough time as it is. I'll wait.
Let me see if we have email.
This is Brendan Sullivan. To the other members of the board, I'm just reading the memo from the law department regarding Balata. And it says section 8.22D provide that if an alteration or addition to a lawful pre-existing non-conforming single and two-family dwelling increases an existing dimensional nonconformity, but does not create any new dimensional nonconformities, the property owner is only required to obtain a special permit for the alteration or addition and not a variance. For example, if a single or two-family dwelling is already non-conforming as to side yard setback, the property owner can add onto the dwelling in such a way that will further reduce the side yard setback without obtaining a variance if the property owner obtains a special permit. In order to approve the special permit, the Board of Zoning Appeal must find that the addition, alteration is not more detrimental than the existing structure to the neighborhood. So they can't just do it as of right, but they are required to get a special permit. And I think what it is that it was basically before people would have to get a variance.
That's right.
And of course,
that was the old law.
a higher bar and proving hardship and so on and so forth. And so the courts have found, again, with Balata, that it only requires a special permit. So,
And our zoning law, the Cambridge zoning law, has been changed to reflect that
to reflect
decision.
that, that's the section 8.22.2D, which is the new section.
That was a variance, it's no longer required.
So they still have to get a special permit.
Yes.
But can't necessarily do it as of right.
Brendan.
Yeah.
This is Jason, and so that was a very helpful change to the ordinance. The situation that I bring up from time to time involves another part of the Balata decision where the court discusses that there's an initial determination before you even get to whether something is substantially more detrimental to conformance. They don't have to get a special permit for that because they're not intensifying the nonconformance.
Yeah.
They can do it as of right. That's the point I make from time to time. And so that's just, that provides discretion to the building administrator to allow for the building as of right rather than coming before the board.
Right.
But sometimes it's a close call. You know,
Yeah, right. So I think he may err on the side of getting a special permit just to protect whatever. So, but it becomes an administrative decision whether it comes to us or not, I guess.
I agree. Sometimes it's an easy call, and in the close calls, I understand taking a conservative posture. So sorry to bring it up from time to time so much, and I appreciate your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, and my fellow members. I won't bring it up every single time.
No, and I think you're correct. And not to be specific, but I think you were correct in your analogy on previous comments, and we'll leave it at that.
That might have been a bad case study in light of.
No, I think it was.
Reading, but yeah.
It was an excellent example because I think had to do with the intensity issue. So no, you were correct.
The issue starts with the building department, or Ranjit Sanganayagam. He makes the first call. Do you need a special? Do the petitioner need a special permit, or can he rely on the language that you just quoted, Jason? And so that as a matter of right, you don't need anything. But once Ranjit decides that we do need a special permit, then the petitioner has a choice. He can seek that special permit, or he can appeal Ranjit's decision that a special permit is necessary. But that's when we get drawn in. But in the first instance, it's Ranjit's call, not ours.
Right.
which we're still trying to see if we can get the petitioner on the line so we can hear the case.
This is Wendy Leisherson. May I ask a point of clarification on the Belalta interpretation?
Sure.
Here? So, Jason, I guess this question is for you. So what you said was that, as I'm reading the paragraph that we were given by the law department, it says that if there's a lawful pre-existing non-conforming single or two-family dwelling, if the proposed alteration increases an existing nonconformity,
right,
but does not create any new dimensional nonconformities, that's when the special permit process can be used. But then it says in the last sentence, it's our job, the zoning board's job, to find that it's not more detrimental than the existing structure of to the neighborhood. Is that correct? So what were you saying was the precedent or for the predicate for the building permit or building department to find?
Yeah, I'm saying there's a threshold inquiry that takes place even before you get there. Not in every circumstance, but an example of, say, where if the proposed alteration is actually providing a bigger setback, so it's sort of correcting the setback, so you're not making you're not decreasing it, so you're not making it more intense, rather you're correcting it.
Correct, yeah. So you're saying the condition of it increasing the dimensional nonconformity has to be.
Yeah, it has to increase it. And even then it might be a close call if it's really marginal.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where it gets subjective. If it's really marginal, so you're increasing it by percentage points, one could argue that's actually not intensifying it, and you should still, be able to do it as of right. But again, I understand the sort of conservative posture and why not have the board rule on that. For me, the easy examples are when you're making it more conforming. And then in that case, you don't have to go to the substantially more detrimental standard. Right. You never even reach that question.
Jason, I don't mean to speak for you, but I think you mean to say when you're making it less non-conforming, which is
correct. Yes.
More conforming.
As usual, Andrew, you have helped clarify the record for me. Thank you very much. Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
I'm still waiting to see if we can get the petitioner on the phone.
And Andrea, and also for the record, I'm happy for you to speak for me in all aspects regularly, so please do.
And I'm happy for you to shut me down. So.
I won't ever make that a practice.
Yeah.
Can you call in? Can I give you a phone number to call?
Well, Wendy, welcome aboard. It's good to have you.
That's right.
Thank you. Thank you all for showing me the ropes so well.
Well, you've had a trial by fire tonight. I mean, with the long night of cases, and some of the presentations were less than perfect, at least in my view. So it's a confusing night.
It all helps me to learn, so thank you.
And let's all remember we have hot mics, so.
That's right. I'm of a mind, we haven't heard this case. Rather than trying to reach this person, just continue the case until the next, unless you can get the person on the line.
Right, they're actually 2 hours late now for their scheduled time. They were on for 8:30.
Oh yeah, I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. That's not the first time we've had people hang up on us.
I'm not sticking up for them. I'm just saying, they've had enough time to be monitoring when they're up. But if we continue, how do you contact them to have them sign the waiver?
Yeah.
Oh, we can get in touch with him. He's just, he's trying to call. He was on until like 5 minutes ago. want to know.
Well, Andrea, in terms of getting in touch with them, I mean, we have the petitioner's address information. You know, Maria can get in touch with them tomorrow. The question is, what if they say no? We're not going to sign anything. Then the relief will be granted on the 65-day period runs.
Right.
On the other hand, well, I don't want to say it. I mean, I shouldn't say it. I don't want to prejudge the case.
Oh, here it is. Hello? Elias, can you press pound?
She's not strong, and every time she goes up to the bathroom on the second floor, she is at risk of fall. So I've submitted a plot plan showing how we can add a 5-by-8. So it's, and we've submitted a plan for toilet, a wash basin, and saying that they support our plan to stay in our house as long as we can. And they support the first side because we have cedar trees which are 15 feet high all around the back of our house. We have a large backyard. So this is an old house. It was built in 1867 by Mr. Saunderson, who's there we go. So we're asking for a minimal addition, one story, and just for this small bathroom. You can see in the plot plan is actually 2 feet away from the lot line. And the next house, in a way that was outstanding at that time to make maximum use of the space. So a family comes to visit, and I'm especially concerned to, she has had 3 fractures in the last 8 or 9 years, and the physicians who've been treating her to answer any questions.
I think you were.
I should give you a little bit of background.
It's not necessary. It's not necessary. A recent change, or will be the beneficiary of a recent change to our zoning ordinance dealing with the increasing a non-conforming closer to the lot line than you were before, and before you were too close to the lot line. You were non-conforming in that regard. Relief under section 8.22.2D, and under that, and I think you're right in seeking enlargement. Of a pre-existing dimensionally non-conforming detached single-family resident, provided there is no detached single-family dwelling, may only increase a pre-existing dimensional nonconformity, but does not create a new dimensional to what you are seeking to do. And the ordinance now says, in order to grant the special permit, board of forming structure to the neighborhood. And that something else that's not relevant right now. And it seems clear to me. So I think you meet that requirement. And then if that's the case, then we only have to take a more generalized vote with regard to that. And then we can take one vote, which will cover all of this, both subsection D and the requirements of section be met unless we grant this special permit that you're seeking. That traffic generated or patterns of access or egress, spoken to that by pointing out the nature of what you propose to do and its dimensions and location on your structure. And again, I think the facts speak for themselves. They will not. It's just a modest change to the structure for very use or the citizens of the city. And generally what is proposed will not impair the integrity of the district or adjoining district or otherwise derogate the intent. Open public comment?
Well,
Or formal.
Thank you so much.
Yes, you're in trouble.
That's
I should ask,
good news
before we
for us.
take the vote, I should ask if there's anyone who should now click the icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen that says raise hand. If you're calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. No one is calling in, so I think we can now proceed to a vote. I've already closed public testimony.
Brendan
I've made
Sullivan.
the motion.
Brendan
Brendan, how do you
Sullivan,
vote?
on the motion, yes to the granting of the.
Mr. Sen, yes in favor of the special permit.
And the chair votes yes as well. The special permit is granted. Good luck.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your